he would be right. You ready? You ready? Jana? Okay, we'll call the meeting to order. Please rise for our pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Scott Hess,
Here.
Michael Bailey is absent. Jana Falsetta,
Here.
Kurt Gold.
Here.
Michael Perky,
Here.
Janae Hosley,
Here.
Lauren Eva.
Here.
Leanne, I'd like to recognize and thank our visitors for coming tonight to listen to this, hopefully final round before we get to selecting a new superintendent. Very important meeting and we appreciate your input sincerely. So the first item on our agenda, though, before we get to Andrew, is the approval of work session meeting minutes from February 26th, and there is a suggested resolution.
I'll make a motion that the Roscommon Area Public Schools Board of Education approves the work session meeting minutes dated February 26, 2026 as presented. Second.
Motion by Lawrence, second by Janae. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carried. Okay, next up is superintendent interviews, and we have Sean Lewis Lakin, who is helping us out
And I
here.
will bring Andrew in a minute, just to make sure if Michael's not here, after Lauren asks her question, who's gonna grab Michael's question?
I'll grab it.
Very well, okay, just wanted to put you on the phone.
Yeah, you were short.
And just remind you, all to do the feedback forms that we appreciate your input after each interview. Please to introduce Andrew to you again. Back for a second round. Okay.
Hi.
Yeah.
I've already given you yours. Yeah, there you go.
Nice to see you. Oh, Michael. Yes. Thank you.
You get two.
Good to see you again.
Thank you,
All right, please move in the back.
How's your again?
Nice to see you.
Thank you. There's no like this on you, that's it. Thank you for bringing me back. I really appreciate it.
Very good. So, this is our opportunity, obviously, to, ask you a number of additional newer questions, Andrew. I will tell you for each of the candidates tonight, they aren't all the same questions, unlike they were the first time we went around, but some of them are a bit similar. So
Okay.
if time allows, little unusual, but if we have any members of the audience that would like to ask any question, we might be able to have them write it down
And we'll put it on the little quarter-page sheets and hand them to me.
and give them to Sean, and then we will ask them from there to kind of stay in our normal zone of it being a board meeting, not necessarily a public meeting where we ask and answer questions typically. So anyhow, we'll now proceed with our interview of Andrew. Thank you again for being here, Andrew. I understand we had a little mishap on the way with the car.
Oh, yeah, I ended up buying them.
It was on the national news.
Well, yeah, yeah, 3 miles outside of Gaylord, I had a critical engine issue, that made my truck undrivable. So there was no rental car and I was going to buy a vehicle anyhow in April or May to give my truck to my oldest son. Just happened to have that. So I'm driving a brand new vehicle that had 21 miles on it and I bought it within an hour's worth of time. It was great. I told them, I said, this is gonna be the easiest sale you've ever done. I don't, you don't tell me anything. I know what I want. And just show me the vehicle.
Well, again, we're glad you made it. So
Hey.
kind of follow the format that we did previously, and we'll go to Mike. I'm not gonna have the first question, Mike will tonight.
Okay, here we go. What have you done and what are you now doing to ensure safety and security for students and staff?
Well, one of the things I'm working on is revising our safety protocols. We were hoping to get trained with Michigan State Police this past year. Both of the issues that the times with the trainings had to be canceled, so we're a little bit behind with that. That'll be done by the summer. One of the things we're doing is, we're revising the entire safety protocol handbook, according to what the state police is. We have that in session. One of the things I've done is we replaced our entire phone system through a grant. We are working on replacing our, camera system through a grant, which we have. And, I have a grant that I wrote that was awarded $60,000. The state ended up giving me $90,000. I'm replacing all exterior doors. The other thing I did is I took 3 of my doors this past summer and I made them all scan card accessible so staff can get in. And we added some extra cameras to the building. So it's really revising the protocols and then training the staff. We are working together to have an emergency assistance team. So I've got key staff that are being trained in it. As part of the safety protocols, I expect that those staff members to also be trained in a system called Repairer, which deals with seclusion and restraint, because at times you're going to have a child that could be a safety issue. So we need to know how to honor those. But I have a very, very close connection with Mackinac County and Lewis County, where I'm at with the sheriff's department and the state police. So I just completed 2 emergency drills this week and last week where it was lockdowns. So I'm up on top of my drills. We have 13 to do. I've got 4 left. So, and I do those drills. I never inform my staff what's happening because I'm not going to treat it like it's a good thing. So I guess we could say that we're working on, I'd like to get all of my interior doors replaced. We have a building that stages from 1930s all the way up to 1990s. And some of the doors have been there for a while, so I would like to replace all my classroom doors with new steel doors, which that grant that I have is working on. Then I'd also like to redo our office, which is not totally secure, to be able to have drop-down doors. So we can have staff members push a button and it will immediately drop down doors to be able to lock off sections of the building. So we're working on that. So, and that's how big.
Thanks, Mike. Sorry, we just had one question is all, so you're not too far.
What is, okay, describe how you have been involved in instructional technology in your district. And specifically provide an example of where you think it has benefited student learning and an example where it has proved to be a detriment to student learning.
We purchased one Chromebooks or items for every student in the building. I came in with a system in the current district which was woefully outdated. And we did not have enough materials to be able to even distribute to half of the population. Again, you're gonna hear me say grants. I wrote grants because we are not a rich district and we did not have money. I've now set aside each year for some funds that we use for technology. So I think instrumental was getting a one-on-one in the hands of every child and every teacher. Because not all staff members, including staff members, custodians, have the capacity to have that. You know, I'm gonna say it also can be a detriment, because here's my take on technology. Too much screen time with children in front of the screen is not good. And there's been some recent studies that have just come out in the last month or 2 that are talking about how we're seeing for the first time ever a decreasing of intelligence among American children. And much of it can be attributed to the access of technology. While it's great to have it at our fingertips and everything's right there, I do believe that we are relying on it too much, especially at the younger grades. The children should not be in front of those screens as much as we would like them to. So,
Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you.
Have you ever had to terminate anyone's employment? Why and how did you go about it?
Yes, I came in the first year in this district where I was at. We had an individual that was hired by the superintendent that was leaving. This individual was very apparent within the first couple of months was going to be a problematic individual. She did not discipline, let me just say that. I initially had a very good relationship with her. It soured rather quickly because I held her accountable. So after the first year, it was a recommendation not to bring her back because she was in a probationary status. The board wanted to give her another year for improvement. That's great. We put her on an IDP, which is an individual plan, which turned out to be 52 pages in the end. I held this person to the flame. You cannot sit there and tell kids that they're terrible, they're stupid. You cannot talk about your personal life, including your sex life and your divorces and the violence. You cannot tell people, children, it'd be better off if you were dead. You cannot do that. That's absolute. You cannot go around with the staff and creating a toxic culture, saying, I'm gonna get this person fired, I'm gonna get that other. That individual did that with me, and I held my ground. And I took them back to the board, and it was a 6-1 vote to dismiss this individual. I took heat from the MEA and some people in the community, because you know, small towns can get rumors going. I took some heat with it. I do not regret it. It was the best decision I ever made. Would I do it again? Yes. Was it stressful? Yes. Did I have a lot of sleepless nights? You bet. But I got somebody that was detrimental to the culture out of the building and detrimental to children, and I replaced it. And Janae, you were talking about that as a music teacher. I brought somebody in that's a go at it. And above all, you're going to do what's right for kids. If you're not, it's time to move on. But at the same time, in an individual that's underperforming or is problematic does have due process rights, and you need to go through the process to make sure that there is improvement. We provided quite a bit of an opportunity. They did not necessarily like it, complete things, but we provided an opportunity. So in the end, it wasn't my decision. It was that staff members. And I followed through, and it was done, but I will do it again.
Okay. Mike, you're back, you're up on the back there.
You felt about time in professional life when you needed to be true to your personal integrity, even though you were or could have been negative, or you could be negative consequences for you. I'm sorry, the word means stuff. In other words, tell us about a time when you had to stand up for what you believe in the face of opposition.
I was in a district where I was asked to lie. I'm the supervisor to get rid of a teacher. And the teacher was well liked by individuals, but not by administration. And I held my ground. I ended up leaving. I had a contract with that district. I left after the first year. I said, I will not lie. One thing about me, I may have my faults, but I am honest to the core. And I felt that when it came with personal integrity, that I had to sit there and falsify records. That's wrong. I will not do that. Even if the individual is a poor performing employee, I will not do that. My direct supervisor was very upset with me. Because it made that individual look bad. That was their choice. So it was really unfortunate because it was a tough district to be in to begin with, but most of the administrators stood with me when they found out. They said, yeah, we would have done the same thing. Yeah.
Thank you. How do you decide when it's appropriate to involve others, such as teachers, other administrators, students, parents, or the board in decision-making? In hindsight, have you ever concluded that you should have had more involvement by others before a particular decision was made?
Excellent question. Well, first of all, I'm going to lead off that I'm very transparent. And I was talking to different individuals tonight that no one in the district is better than anyone else. If you hire me, I'm the superintendent, I am no better than a custodian or a bus driver. So they have a lot of input and they have a lot of ideas. I don't have all the answers, nor should it be expected of it. So I think that right away you have to be transparent. I spoke with a couple individuals about the author Brene Brown. Some of you may be aware of Brene Brown's work. One of the things she talks about is vulnerability. You must be vulnerable. That means you're willing to put yourself out there and make mistakes. Say the hard thing. We've heard that on social media. Say the hard thing. But I think that you need to start early. If you have an inkling that I don't know where I'm going with this, I need some input, start asking. But I think you have to be transparent all along the way. Now, certain decisions are left to administration. And there are certain decisions that cannot be shared with staff members because if it involves a legal issue or confidentiality or personnel. Those things must stay only among the people that are directly involved. But I do think that you have to be open and willing to talk, just like what we've done tonight. Like Janae and I, when you were going to the building with me, we had very fluent, organic conversations. You need to make people feel comfortable, but you also need to learn to close your mouth and listen, which sometimes can be hard for me because I like to talk. But I'm very good at listening. You also have to be very good at diffusing difficult situations. And one thing I'm trained extremely well is how to diffuse problems. People like me generally. There's always going to be those that don't. But one of the things they say about me is, you know, Andrew, you're friendly and you listen. I think that's important, but you have to be transparent.
All right, student behavior has one of the challenges identified through our community and staff engagement process. How have you been involved in addressing increasingly disruptive behavior, and what steps do you see as being helpful moving forward?
Okay. Excellent question. And I know that there's some problems in the district currently. There's been some concerns, some staff members have spoken to me. I think you have to remember that discipline can destroy a building if it's not handled right away. And we also have to look at children on an individual basis, knowing that they're still children and they're going to make mistakes and they're going to repeat mistakes. And sometimes there's going to be some violence with children. So we have to look at certain things. Is there a disability involved? Does that child have a disability? Is it impacting that? Is there a 504 or an IEP plan? Is there trauma? Trauma-informed instruction can go a long way. I mean, if the family's coming in where we know that there's trauma, okay, what do we need to do? Above all, I think when we look at discipline, we also have to make sure that we honor our staff. Teachers and staff members can get very burned out really quick if you're not handling issues with children. That means that it can fall on the job of the administrator, including the superintendent, to pull children out and have conversations. I am not somebody that likes to suspend children out of the school because suspension doesn't work. However, redirection does, and that's where you take in restorative justice and restorative practice. I spoke last time about a program we use called Compass Navigate 360. I know you guys use trails. I think we have to address the mental health issues that some of the children have, because that does impact. I do think there are some behaviors that are absolute no tolerance. There's certain things, legal things that you have to follow through. But I think that that's also making sure that your administrators are well trained, your staff are well trained. It doesn't matter if they are parapros, if they're teachers, if they're administration, they need the training and support. And that means bringing in programs to be change. I've cut our behavior by 70% with the Compass 360 program. That's been a game changer. When I was in Grand Rapids, we cut our behavior by half because we focused on character education every week. But I'm going to say a lot of the behavior does stem to two things: neglect with parenting in the home and mental health issues. And so you got to address those.
I have a question before we move on.
Yeah,
I looked at your incident reports for Engadine.
yeah, they've gone up this year.
My question is, they were listed on my publicly until 21, but I couldn't find anything.
They should be on there. There should be a link to be able to get them.
So what you're saying is, they've come up since 21?
No, we have less behavior.
Less than.
Less, yes, less. because, they were pretty high when I came in.
Yeah, 21 look bad.
Yeah, it did look bad, and that's when we implemented the Navigate 360. Part of it was we had an overabundance of staff members writing office referrals as well, and not dealing with issues when, before they got out of hand. And that could have been handled within the classroom or individually. So by the time that they were coming through, they were pretty intense with something.
So why would any AI find those documents? Where would they be found?
I would want,
Why would AI find those documents? Where would they be found?
they should be found on the webpage with the reporting, with the data links that are there.
On a specific thing that I.
Yeah, you should be able to get that off of the My School data, and, yeah, in the transparency report.
All right, this has a number of sub questions. So I don't want you to have to remember everything. I'll let you answer them piecemeal. Please share with us a time when you had to make a budget reduction or were impacted by a budget reduction.
Okay, yeah, we were having some decline in enrollment, and, they have been operating with COVID, grant funds to be able to keep small classes. Everybody hit the wall at some point at the cliff when those funds disappeared. And I had to make a tough decision to have some split level classes, which is never a good thing. Teachers don't like it, parents don't like it, but I had to do some split level classes, and that was about for 3 years that we had to put some things in there. Now, at the same time, I had to provide support to those educators that were doing that. That was tough, because that we had to do it to survive. And that was just enough, about 3 years, to be able to get us on track. I also had to cut, teaching staff as a result. I didn't cut anybody, I just didn't replace anybody in the process. Which is now we're at a point where, because we were able to get our budgets in, like I said last time, first time in best budget in 25, 30 years, first time in probably 50 years that my district was debt free. And it's because I worked very closely with Christy, my business manager, going over the budgets meticulously every month, and revising things as needed.
So in the course of those two that you described, I think two, what was the process that you used in evaluating to determine to do that, as opposed to something else?
Okay, we looked at enrollment data and where we could, I didn't want to impact my high school, even though we were having issues there, because I didn't want to cut these programs, because we were pretty small to begin with. My elementary is where I could make the least disruptions, I would say, and it was based on enrollment numbers. So.
Okay. Should you be faced with declining revenues, how might you then go about deciding what expenditure deductions or reductions to make?
Well, first of all, you're gonna protect the core curriculum. And you're going to look at, negotiations with, that you're gonna negotiate carefully, with that. I think that can be a tough question to answer, Scott, because, it's dependent on what programs are successful and what ones are not. You may have to cut programs, even programs that were very popular in the past, that people love, but if they're not performing, you have to be transparent and say, this is why this cut is being made. I think that that's where you're keeping the board involved, because one of your jobs as a board member is setting budgets and determining. And, if that means pay freezes, that goes all the way up to me, you know, but I think that you would have to look at the individual departments, what's working, where are the declines. One of the things that I'm looking at right now is my preschool program is running at a deficit. It's not out of my general budget, but it's running at a deficit. And the director of that preschool said, this is the only preschool that we pay insurance benefits to the employees. I said, well, maybe we need to look at putting them into the other pool. Because we cannot keep operating at a deficit, because we won't have preschool eventually. So.
how would you go about introducing yourself to our community?
I love it, because one of the things I would wanna do is I want to have something with the super. And that's a community event where everybody, it's a potluck sort of deal, we provide drinks and maybe the plates and stuff and bring everybody in. And it's just very fun, you get to meet me before school starts. I would like to be able to meet with key community organizations in the Ross County area. That could be like the Eagles Club, the elderly with the community housing organizations, perhaps the sheriff department, where you get to meet with different people. One of the things I definitely want to do, as I would like to be providing people with substitutes, so I can talk to every single employee in the district one-on-one. Particularly those that do not want to talk to me with their supervisor about, and I'm gonna ask them 3 questions. What do you love about us? Well, basically, that's what's gonna stay. What would you like to change, and what is terrible that needs to change right now? I have done that in the past. I think that builds trust. And it's just a basic 5-10 minute conversation, and those stay with me. I only share key things with those that need to be involved. I do that with the students as well. I meet with them by grade level, it's just me and the students, and maybe somebody that's scribing for me, taking notes. Because we often forget that the students have a voice, particularly at the high school. They want change, they have ideas, we need to listen to them. And then I would do the same thing with each of you as a board member. I would meet with you together, but I would also like to find time that, hey, Jana, when can we sit down and maybe give me a half an hour of your time? Maybe let's go out to dinner and just talk, just about your own thing. I think that's important. That would want, I want that done within the first 9 days.
Most of your classroom and building leadership experience has been at the lower elementary and elementary levels. How do you engage and relate to middle and high school students?
I make myself present and I talk with them. My kids love me because I'm kind of silly with them, because I think they need to have that. We just randomly talk in the hallway. I did fist bumps, and sit with them at lunchtime, and at the games, I'm attending the events. But you're right, most of it has been spent at the elementary level. But I have been middle school and high school principal. I've also done some part-time interim athletics as the athletic trainer. I really think that the older kids, you just have to have conversations. And unfortunately, I am older now, and I don't always understand some of the things that they are interested in. And I'll just say, well, I'm just, so you gotta tell them. And they think that's, but really, it's just having those great conversations and just being present, being visible. Elementary kids are gonna give you love no matter what. You saw that when I was in the building. There were some kids wanting to come right up to me right away. That's how it is. Not so much so with junior high. Junior high, they're gonna go around. They're gonna wanna say 6, 7, is that or that? You just gotta be ready to take the punches with junior high kids.
A little bit, we'll give a recap, but how will you establish relationships and build trust with existing staff members, including administrators? I think you could focus on administrators and talk a little bit about that.
I think with administrators, like I said before, you need to sit down with each person individually. And have those conversations. When I spoke about Brene Brown, one of my favorite books of hers is called Braving the Wilderness. You cannot see the forest if you don't see the individual trees. You also cannot grow if you're not willing to get into the weeds. That means, for the lack of a better word, calling people their bluff at times, because one thing about me is I'm very perceptive and I can tell if somebody has given me the runaround. I'm a good judge of character, but I'm also, I think with administration is, what can I do to help make your job easier and make sure that you're being provided the professional supports that you need. So that means that I'm also looking for them on goals or visions that I have that I'd like to see them lead to. Take them from where they're at, tell them where you need to lead them to, and a horse will not go to the water without you leading them. So provide that carrot. And so I think the other thing is when we talked about trust, conversations stay private for a reason. I'm really good at keeping secrets. That's one thing I've learned in my career. Some things are best left not said in between individuals. And I gotta also be honest and say, you're underperforming, and here's why, this is what I need from you. It's not a negative, but it's a way that I need you to improve. So I think, it's just having these organic conversations, being friendly, but also being professional. Making sure that they're getting, professional development in the process, because administration, oftentimes we are on our own and we don't have people to talk to. So that means making sure that there's mentors. So, okay.
Now, on the scale of things, your current goal is 300 and this is 800. And the question is, what might you do or not do that you're currently doing because of the scale?
Well, I'll tell you one thing that I would be a bit more difficult. I won't be as present as much as I currently am right now. And because it's a larger district, I won't have to do everything on my own. That will be a game changer for me, because I can focus on key aspects of what I'd like to do to either improve myself as a leader or to improve others. We hear a mile wide and an inch deep. Let's reverse it around. An inch wide and a mile deep, so we can get deep into the conversations. That's one of the concerns that I have in the small district is myself and another administrator. I have to do a lot of things. I'm the transportation director at times. I'm doing athletics. Cleaning up vomit. You can only be stretched so thin. In a larger district, we have other people that we can work with to be able to take some of those skills, so I can focus on key areas. One thing I will not change is I will not change my ability to be in the classrooms and visiting staff and kids and talking with them. I will be visible. And I will be in every building at least once a week, to make myself known. You know, the other thing is I will definitely continue to work on the culture. Culture is important. You need to make your colleagues that you work with feel honored and valued. And I did discuss that last time, that I do like a ticket for attendance program. I was telling Janae, I give away 3 personal days. You want to have a staff member happy at you? Give them a personal day that's not taken against their sick leave or personal time, paid at the district expense. That's been a game changer for me. Made a complete Thanksgiving dinner for my entire staff and school board this year. They're like, we didn't know you could cook. I said, I don't eat processed food. Everything's from scratch. I make lunches for them. I provide treats. I don't know, those are some things I won't change. Of course, being a larger district, I'm gonna be not as visible at times, because there's gonna be certain things I need to take care of that I'm not always in the building for, but. Honestly, I think I would still stay as visible as possible. So.
Your resume indicates that you have held 14 positions over the past 22 years, in many cases moving on after just 1 or 2 years. Our community has had great stability in the superintendent role. Can you help us understand why your history of mobility should not be considered a liability?
Yes, because early on in my career, we were moving around. I had my ex-wife at the time was also working on her career. That was the reason I moved on there. I'm gonna be very, very open about this. I went through a pretty rough divorce, which changed some things around. I wasn't sure I wanted to go back into administration. So I went back into the classroom. Then I got recruited from other districts, and I kept getting recruited. Out of all the districts I've been in, I would go back to every one of them except for one. I did well. I had great evaluations, and I believe everybody would hire me back except for one. And I don't think that they could say anything negative about me. It just wasn't a good fit for myself and that. So I realize that's a concern. It shouldn't be, because I've been super successful in pretty much every place. The years of somebody coming into an education field and staying there 20, 30 years for their entire career, they're disappearing. And that's the same thing in the business world. People are far more mobile now than they ever have been. In Michigan, we're in a state where people will typically stay from the time that they're born, and they don't leave. That's not the case in most places. So I wouldn't look at it as a negative, I would look at it as a positive, because I have brought in some fresh perspective into these districts that some of them very vastly needed. And I would certainly be able to do that here. Now, with that, question, how long would Andrew stay? I'm not looking at doing anything more than 10 years, but I don't want anything less than 5. I'm gonna be honest with that, and I don't wanna go anywhere else with my next career change. With where I go, I come here and something, I would love to be able to come here. I don't think you should look at it as a negative, definitely look at it as a positive. I know that my district right now, out of my board, one of them knows that I'm interviewing, the others do not, I think they would be quite upset to lose me. You know, because I've done a lot for them. But you know, there comes times in your life when you know it's time to move. So,
Thank you.
Those are kind of our initial pre-established questions. For you, that we kind of wanted to open up the floor. to any of the board members who might have any other or additional or different questions than what we've had. We've had some, certainly some, making sure we stick within the proper realm of questions for a candidate for a job, and everybody has seen that in their booklet. So is there anyone that has any additional questions that they would like to ask? David, not David, excuse me, sorry, Andrew, I'm sorry.
I have just a clarification. You mentioned your 90-day plan or a 90-day,
yes,
you mentioned that one, you mentioned that, do you have a 90-day plan or more?
do I have one written out, is what you're asking?
Well, that, or like when you come into a new district, how do you implement changes? Do you just day one, blow the doors off? And start
No.
changing?
No.
Can you explain that process to you? How the process?
Okay, that's a fair question. First of all, I think for the 90 days, you're not implementing changes. It's a listening to it. It's a listening to what has worked and what needs to change. Within the first 30 days, that's having those really close conversations with all of you. What are your goals? And what goals are you going to set for me as a leader? Typically, there's a superintendents have 3 or 4 goals. I need to know what those are. Obviously, one is going to be culture. I know that. Probably another one may focus on behavior. So that's working with the board within the first 30 days and also the ISD. Because I need to know what's going on in the regional area because that does impact local. Within the next 30 days, that's meeting with the staff. And the unions, I will meet with the unions right away, obviously, because I want to know what's in those contracts. I want to know what's working well and what's not. But in the next 30 days, that's meeting with the professional staff, mostly. And then as many non-professional staff as we can. And then in the last 90 days, it's looking at the data that you determine, coming back to the board and saying, this is what I'm noticing, this is what I'm hearing, where do you feel we should go, this is where I feel we should look at as well. So that way, after the 90 days, I know what goal I need to focus on, what's the immediate. But no, you don't come in with a bulldozer and take down the forest in the process. You need to find out what has been working and what hasn't. I know that you've had educators that have been in the district for a long time, many that have grown up here. Are their skill sets still what you're looking for? Maybe not. Maybe change, we all heard nobody likes change except for a baby with a bad diaper, but sometimes the diaper has to be changed. And that means that's what I'm doing, that listening to it. I'm finding out those 3 things, what's worked great, what do you want to change, what needs to be done. And that way, at the end of the 90 days, where we meet, I can sit there and share that data with you and say, here's what our goals need to focus on for this year.
One of the questions that the open house feedback had that they wondered was, do you have experience with the many systems that we have in place in our district? For example, the district network, or a building network, or a student success team, in those types of programs?
Student success teams, yes, I guess I need some clarifications what you're looking at with systems, I mean, are you talking about systems for special education, systems for budget? Are you looking at behavior, because I know trails is something that is used with behavior, and I haven't trained with that. It's a very hard question to answer without knowing exactly some of the systems that you have in place. I will say that I had quite a bit of experience and quite a bit of things over my career. But every school is slightly different. Many things are very similar. And I think that's where the ISD comes in as well, because they will also have knowledge of some of the systems. I would say the majority of the stuff I probably would, but there would have to be a learning curve with some things for me. That's with any job that you would go into. So I would say probably yes, with most of them.
Okay.
So.
That's a part of our blueprint that
Right.
we adopted a number of years back, and that the staff works really hard on almost a weekly basis, I believe, in meeting and reviewing and updating, and it's been very, very worthwhile.
Yeah, one of the things that you were probably be referring to is like ESI or MyKIP with the school improvement process.
Yeah.
I'm very heavily involved in that. And I think the last time I spoke about that, we're doing curriculum framework revisions in my district, it's a 2-year process. That's tied very much into that with our budget as well. And I am familiar with the blueprint.
I do, I know you kind of covered this, but this is again what somebody was asking. What actually prompts you or motivates you to change a position? To seek out a new job?
You want an honest answer on that? Cause I'm gonna give it to you. I pray about it. I have a very strong moral background and religious background in, I think when it's time to move, I pray to see if this is something that is necessary. Sometimes the answer is stay where you're at. Sometimes it's like, hey, there's a door open, we'll see it. I also see is there successes? Have I completed what I said I was gonna do? And if I have, I've set that district up for success, and then it's time for somebody else to take it. So. Yeah, I pray about it.
Okay,
I know that sounds weird, and sometimes it puts people at, makes them uneasy when they hear that, but I operate with a very high balance.
okay, appreciate that.
Any other questions by members of the board that they want to ask?
And if you were hired, what would, you know, and you mentioned like a minimum of 5 up to 10 years. What would success look like for you at the end of 5 or 10 years?
All goals are met. It takes a superintendent typically 4 to 5 years to be able to implement the goals in with fidelity. You start seeing it in the first 2 years, it's still learning. But I think that one of it would be that we have a very high functioning board. We have mobility rates that are not fluctuating among staff members. I know that you've asked me about that. Well, you moved around a lot, Andrew, but right, with that. I think that you're going to see successes. What's the community with it? What's the perception of the district? Because we might think it's doing very well, and the community might say, we don't feel that way. So you're going to have a very committed community with a culture, very strong culture. And the culture is gonna be leading every decision in the district. The Bucks culture is strong, mine is the Eagles culture. It all goes back to that. I also think you're going to see people that feel very honored and respected to be able to share uncomfortable viewpoints and opinions and know that they're going to be listening. Because that's where change is gonna come in. Change doesn't come in when everybody's agreeing and they're yes. Change comes in when we have some disagreements. So,
Exactly, that's why I'm sitting here.
Yeah.
My question is, you see all this stuff,
yes,
all these teams and networks and systems everyone's bringing up. And yet, recently, within 6 weeks, we had a major communication fail. Okay. And my question is that with all of these systems and all that, how are we going to prevent that major communication fail?
You cannot always prevent certain things that happen. I think though, I'm going to go back, Michael, with that you have to be transparent. You cannot keep things from the community, from the colleagues you work with. But I think if there's a communication fail, it is up to me to say, I let you down, or board members let you down. But my experience, when you work in education, it is a whole different beast than the regular workforce out there. It's messy, it's never, perfect. And there's always going to be those that know better, but don't know the law. I think that one of the things with the communication is we really must stress the importance of board policy as to why it's leading decisions the way they are. But with a communication fail, that's on me, that's on the leader of the district. Even if I'm not the one that did it, I have to take ownership and responsibility. And then it's on me to say, what am I gonna do different to make sure it doesn't happen again? Because the big thing is they're gonna say, what's gonna change? And you're gonna get grilled. And rightfully so. And that's the job of a superintendent. It's my job to also shield every one of you at the table from some of those conversations. It's also your job to shield the superintendent from some of those negative conversations as well. And I think that's where you're working and you're being open and honest and transparent.
Any other questions from the board before we shift to Sean to kind of, about the audience questions?
I've gotten two from the audience. I think one of them was answered already. But one just wants to push a little harder on how do you grow the staff's capacity, teachers, leadership team. You mentioned wanting to support them and help them grow. And I think this question is just asking for a little more specificity about what does it look like.
Okay. When you bring in professional development, it's not a one and done deal. It's ongoing process. Do we have staff members that are not teachers yet, but possibly could be in the future? Let's get them into Teachers for Tomorrow or Talent Together or an alternate program if they can't pay for it on their own. I think it's also sitting people down and having those PLCs, and if you're not familiar with PLCs, it's professional learning communities. You have communities of conversation to be able to talk about, okay, who wants to be on our behavior teams? We're seeing some problems with behaviors. Who wants to be on our special ed teams? To be able to talk about how can we improve special ed. I think it's also having those conversations with, if it's coming from administration and staff are not feeling supported, why? I need to have those conversations with that individual. I also need to find ways to give them the resources that they need. That might be looking at the budget and maybe sending them to ongoing professional development, maybe with the ISB or elsewhere. Bringing in speakers. One of the issues that we found was, people didn't know how to talk to each other in one of the districts. We brought in a trainer that made people get up and dance and have these conversations and go on a field trip as a staff. Well, you want to see teachers get uncomfortable, take them out of their comfort zone, but then they all love, because they were made to feel important. I really think it's listening. I really do think you need to listen and you need to gauge the room. You'll know if it's negative. You can feel it. If nobody's talking, if they're not giving eye conversations, you know you got a problem there. But I really think it's listening to all the concerns, the complaints, the suggestions, the successes, and work on one thing at a time. We don't build Rome in a day. The pyramids weren't put up in a year. It's one brick at a time. And be transparent as you're doing that. Say, I can do this much, what will you give me every time? So.
Can I probe that a little bit?
Absolutely.
For 2 examples of what kinds of individual action plans would you provide for example, a teacher who was wonderful heart and passion but was weak in the classroom, what kind of individual support would you provide?
They need instructional coaching and mentoring.
Mhm.
We need to get them in front of things that they're a wonderful person, and we all support those people. Are they best for kids? And that means putting them on an IDP. And following through. making those visits to the classroom, having those conversations to pull them out and say what worked, what didn't work, having them visit successful classrooms or environment where they're working in, to be able to see somebody that's performing well, taking notes. Providing professional development, and that might mean I need you to take a college course, and we're gonna pay for that. Because the last thing you wanna do is you don't want an employee that is going to be so disruptive that it's gonna cost you money in the end. You get to a conversation where you have to involve the union, they're gonna fight you tooth and nail. That's how board members lose their seats as well, because you haven't provided them with support. So you need to have the action plan with professional development, you need mentoring, you need instructional coaching, you need follow through with the administrators. You need accountability, which is holding them to the goals. Set 1 or 2 goals at a time, never more than 1 or 2 if somebody's struggling, because we want to make sure that they're successful at one thing before we move on to the next.
Thank you. What about someone who had, desire to grow in a new role and become a leader? What kind of, like, specific professional development would you offer?
Let's get that in front of people that are being successful, let's get them into the programs. I am currently trying to train, I brought in my administrator was a teacher, she wasn't ready, I said, you're ready, she's like, I'm not, I said, well, and we're gonna have this conversation. I put her into the Horizons Leadership Academy, got her certified to be an administrator. And then, of course, I provided her with a great mentor from another district, so she had the support, and then I meet with her every week until she felt supported. I've got a fabulous administrator, I love Heather. I keep telling her, you need to be a superintendent. I'm not ready, you are ready. Stop listening to that, stop listening to that narrative in the head that you're not good enough, you're good enough, and here's how we're gonna do that. So you find those sorts of supports. MASB is really good, MASA, these are organizations that support. I send her to Women in Leadership Conference every year, I think it's important. I send her to 3 conferences a year because she needs that time away from the building as well, to be among colleagues that are like her. I would do that to any individual, regardless if it's an administrator or a teacher, they need to be around people that have different opinions that may not be so insular within their district.
Thanks, Mark. Any other questions from a member of the board?
Uh,
Yeah, go ahead.
Have you ever coached before?
Like athletic coaching
Yeah.
or instruction.
Yes, athletic or, theater or quiz bowl or, we have a lot of those activities here. I just wonder if you've ever been a part of coaching.
Well, let me just stand up. I'm a pretty thin guy. I was never a big sports person. I was a runner. So, and I am not somebody that's super heavily involved in sports myself. I don't watch it on things. I don't go to it. It's just not my thing. So athletic coaching, no, but running, I consistent. Other organizations, clubs, yes. I've done different things. I've done literacy clubs, because that's where it's at, book clubs. But I support them. And as the athletic director, when I had to do an interim, I was running athletic director, transportation director, superintendent, both principalships on my own. I thought I was gonna lose my mind towards the end, but I did it because it had to be done. So am I opposed to it? No. But I believe that we find the people that are most qualified to do those positions.
Okay.
A good example is, we didn't have robotics in our school, we went after a grant, got robotics, now this year we're expanding the program. So.
Thank you.
Okay, so, obviously it can become difficult, Andrew, to determine if someone will fit in a position just simply based on a couple of interviews.
Right.
So what is there, if anything, that we did not learn about you in our interviews last week and this week that you want us to know before we decide on who will be our next superintendent?
I think I'm pretty open. I don't think there's anything that you haven't really learned, other than I am an extremely hard working individual and I'm very self-motivated. I don't know if you see that or not. Sometimes I get told that, well, you kind of go off tangents and you'll speak. I got a lot going on up here sometimes. And I was raised in an environment that you had to speak up, being one of 9 kids in the household. if you spoke, you needed to. I would say this, Scott, if you're concerned, would I be able to do the job? I would say let that go out the window. It's not, will I be able to do the job? I definitely can. Will I be able to be provided the supports to do the job? Will I be provided the mentor? Will I be provided the support from each of you? And I said, I know the answer is yes on that. But if you're worried, could he do it? I don't think you should worry about that. The only thing about me is that when my mind is put to it, I'm going to find a way to be successful. My board members have said that, my school board president and I have a fantastic relationship, and he's like, one thing about you, Andrew, your documentation is up the wall, you can document something, and you will get it done ahead of schedule, and you always follow through, and you always follow up. And I said, I do. If you're concerned, will the parents like me? Yeah, I'm pretty easygoing, parents have loved me over the years, kids love me. I'm a hardworking individual. I'm not afraid to get into the weeds and get into the muck. Don't always like it, nobody does. But I won't say no. Unless it's something illegal. And then I will say no till the cows come home, and then, so.
Well, again, thank you for coming and joining us and spending time with us to learn a little bit more about you. We're hoping to decide tonight at some point in time. We'll let you know what is the next step and where we're going.
Well, I would just like to finish and say, I would love to for Ross to come. I was extremely impressed with this forum in the last conversations. I thought you were very open and receptive. And I've been in interviews where it's not like that, and it's refreshing to see. So thank you. I know it's not an easy decision. I know you've got two quality candidates, one that's internal. But I just want to remind you, your most important job right now is sitting in front of you and the other two that are coming. It's the big decision of who's going to lead your district. Number one job, hire and fire the superintendent. And you want to make sure you get the right person. If that's not me, I understand. I hope it would be. But if it's not, I know you'll wish me well to the next best place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Could I shake hands before we?
Yeah. You're around in about 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you.
I'm gonna say something else.
Oh, no, we're good. Thank you, Ryan. And for those of you that are sitting in the audience, thank you. So,
They deserve that. I don't. For someone that doesn't understand that time work, I'm impressed. It's a nice.
Oh, yeah. So it's like,
Yeah.
make sure my kids are like, because I've been doing this. For so much. If they're kids.
You guys serious?
Yeah. Don't worry, I had very. It's like, whoa, normally 14-year-olds feeding the 17-year-old, not that. It was nuts. Yeah. It's like, cool.
What do they do when you're not around?
They're like, yeah, and they get along really well, thank goodness. So, yeah, no. It is like, you're not wrong.
Right? Does that?
Yeah.
Write it down.
Yeah.
Some work and I was like, I still don't want to take something.
Yeah.
Like, how do you?
Yeah, it is. It's like,
Understand, yeah.
like, are we?
Ah,
Like,
spending.
I get it, it's so cute.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, it's just like all the.
Yeah.
Like,
This morning, it took me like 20 minutes to wake up. I'm like, whoa, like, I am not awake today. I went to Starbucks last time and it's so, that's right. Oh my God. For real. I was so sad when the Burn Bear. They've been over, you know.
Yes.
And when they moved into town, it's like, no, it's water. Right here. And so she had to bump in the village, to like, just past the school, and I'm like, it's so far to go to town. Like, what? It's like, 3 minutes, I was like, Robert, I lived on my entire life, like, I could walk. Here the time, now I'm like, gosh, I gotta go to the expressway, like, I have to go get my seats, I know. What time is it? I'm an extra 3 minutes away. We live in a small town, can you imagine if you were living like in a big city, you had to like walk like 15 blocks to get to work because you couldn't park, yeah. We'd be in trouble.
He was out.
We have a couple minutes.
We can try.
Yeah.
I'll be my best behavior though, because I was up to, I have my whole meeting tomorrow. Oh, my CEO and my president are both off, so I'm like, oh, you literally. And they just told me, I'm like, great, so I was up until like 2 in the morning last night, so I'm like, God.
Yeah, exactly.
And basically what I'm getting at is.
Oh, no. I promise, it'll be good.
Yeah.
I promise. Well, yeah, over the weekend, I was like, we're gonna, they're gonna need to like order pizza for us.
I know.
Well,
How late is it? Yeah.
we've been here since 2.
Yeah.
They folks around. No,
No, no.
I had a protein bar.
I had a banana, okay, we're like,
Yeah,
I guess I should use the restroom.
Yeah.
yeah.
I have time to.
2 bars. I had an energy drink at 5, at 4.
Scott, no, I'll just walk again. Okay.
Anybody else have feedback for me? Protein bars, if anybody needs a little nourishment.
Good job, Sheila.
Yes.
I'll take your phone.
Tony, you had a fun day.
He said, I should warn you, they're healthy ones.
Well, and that's why I asked him for I think. Said,
Thank you. I was bringing them for myself, so I thought. My moment, if you're not gonna share. Oh, yeah.
Did you bring it up for the class?
Bringing up for the whole, bringing up for everyone.
Wait, look at her chair. I've never seen it before. She's always sitting in this.
Yeah.
Her looks like a race car chair.
I think if I go.
Oh, really? Heated?
Yeah. I know why.
Oh, I don't know.
Sorry to hear that. Looks very well. Protein.
Job.
We could bug in our house next week. Thank you.
I was.
It is. There are full feedback to share.
Yeah.
They're the healthy variety. They're a protein bar if you want.
Gosh.
Brought a class. Is that a class?
Oh.
That's what I got. Thank you.
I'm a single. Or just not, I could do them right. Usually it's really about place, annual, yeah. So smart. So smart. One of my
What's
goals.
up about that?
And then to have it after their self night is usually,
Really?
and they have to like, see the people on the bus.
Good, how are
Lauren, they're available over here.
Oh, thank you, Sean.
I was in the store buying them for myself, and I didn't know, I should have.
I didn't even think about you guys. Have they been there since? Oh.
We don't want to look at anything, we want it, but it was the worst blood sugar level, or decision making.
Not anymore, angry, we know this, right?
I find it kind of crazy, you can't ask someone's family status, their marital status, if they have kids, it's,
Long been a law
is it?
since the sixties.
Long time.
They can share.
Right. I mean, it's such a kind of crazy feedback for us to give us. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm at this family bed. You can't ask if they have wives and kids.
It's the law.
I learned about that.
We talked about it. Then I'll bring it up to their meeting.
Well,
The 3:30. Yeah.
Mr. Andy?
Yep.
Yes. What about Mr. David?
He has kids too. Remember?
Still.
I didn't answer that. We talked about pets, because my daughter just got a prank.
I was gonna ask you, I was gonna ask him why you named his dog, Bradley. Andy's dog's name is Bradley. Or if you look at it like the license plate kind of thing, it's Brandywine.
The board ready?
Yep.
Let's do it.
Okay, we'll get back in order here. Our next candidate is David Farley, he's coming back from Shepherd. Is there anyone who is here now that wasn't here at the beginning of Andrews? So. Good one. So we will have feedback forms for you that Sean has shared. We would invite you to make notes on them and pass them back along to us near the end.
President Hess and members of the board, I'm pleased to bring back Mr. Farley forward.
David, pleasure. Welcome back.
Get the names again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Dave.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you go there?
Yes, yes. I got a sack. Stay on for everything, push that terms.
You know, I'll just kind of hand this to you guys. This is just a quick little
Thank you.
entry plan idea.
Thank you.
It's not a full process, but it's an idea of my thought process that I was potentially quick start, so.
Okay, Dave, thanks again for coming back. We appreciate your time. This will be similar somewhat to what we had last week. I will tell you, as I had said previously, that the questions tonight aren't all the same for every candidate. We have some nuances that are particular. But we'll kind of follow the same round robin, except I don't have to go first tonight. Go ahead, Mike.
Okay. What have you done and what are you doing? What are you now doing to ensure safety and security for students and staff?
That's a very timely question. So this past 2 days, past 3 days, I guess, including today, we've been, dealing with a, we'll call it a threat, but you know, it was rumors, that started Friday after school. And we've been, kind of doing a lot of investigation, not knowing like where any rumors, you know, kind of came from. And, you know, just, you know, lots of, well, I saw this, well, actually, I didn't see this, but someone else told me that they saw this, you know, they saw this sign. And so you know, like we're still like, we know that we're safe. We know that our kids were safe, you know, we were down about 100 kids yesterday. Today was back to normal. Today we were missing about 20 kids. We were down to less than 75% yesterday because at one point, the date March 3rd came up over the weekend, and so now, you know, all these kids realize, oh my gosh, things gonna happen on March 3rd. You know, we're still kind of in that investigation of like trying to figure it out, but we know, we have an idea of where something started and where this idea came from. There was never actually a threat. It was somebody heard about something else and the Facebook post, you know, 6 weeks ago and all these different things. I think because of some of the processes that we have in place that, like it allowed us to at least find it pretty, you know, find the ideas and make sure that kids were safe very quickly. So we you said, what have I, what have I done? So when I was at USA, in the thumbs in elementary school, we were, a building that's at 3 o'clock, the doors were open, anybody could just come on in, and it was a really hard thing to tell families, like during dismissal, I can't have people, just wandering the building when I have, 250 kindergarten, 250 K through 5 kids in the building getting to the places that they need to be. So we had to implement, like, you're not coming in, you're coming through, we didn't have a secure door where we get, a vestibule where they can come through that way. But you can't pick your kid up between 255 and 305, because that is a really sensitive time for us to make sure that we're getting kids where they need to go. I can't have you coming in and disrupting that, because your kid might be in this area as they're getting ready to head out to the bus, or they're getting ready for car pickup. So it's, like really thinking about systems and procedures to make sure our kids are safe. I think it's really important, in Shepherd, our police chief is actually the president of the school liaison police officer, like, I forget SEPLA, whatever SEPLA stands for, he's the president of that organization, so it's been really nice to work closely to, we hosted the active shooter drills, and we participated in those active shooter drills. It's scary because it's not something that, the smell of gunpowder in a school is not something that I really like, hearing that and smelling that. But it's really powerful to say, like, the things that we do, the things that we practice are important for our kids. And making sure that we practice them with fidelity. So we, I've been an advocate of making sure that that we talk to kids about it, and we use age appropriate language. So at elementary, we would be the ones that would be evacuated, so if there's a shooter, we are going to evacuate the school if it's safe, you're not gonna go into the hallway. So we would, talk about the idea of, okay, during October, it's fire safety, October is fire safety month. We practiced evacuating the school, not as if there was a shooter, but hey guys, we're gonna practice jumping out these windows, because if there's a fire, we might have to jump out the windows. So we use that idea of using other examples and said, like, we're gonna get out of the building this way. So we talk about the safe ways of getting out of the building, knowing that there might be a time where we need to run into the fields behind the school. We knew that as adults, the kids didn't even know that at that time, but we had practiced the idea, all right, guys, we're getting out. We at USA, my building, we went through the idea of USA is that's the alphabet is the initials is a pretty unusual acronym for it, or initials. You type in USA Elementary, anywhere you go, that shows up. So there was a time that we went through some pretty scary phone calls for about a month straight. Every Wednesday, about 2:55, we were getting a phone call, Russian accent from different landline numbers, calling and saying, we're looking for this kid. We got a white van in the parking lot. We're like really scary stuff. Not knowing that it could be, if it was true or not. So once we realized that those were safe, we really revamped our communication on like what do parents need and want to know after something like this happens. Because I think in the initial one, we didn't tell them enough. The third or fourth one, as it was happening, we told them too much, and they were like, we just want to know that the kids are safe. And like if you're keeping our kids safe, just tell us that something happened. Tell us that it's tell us that it's quote unquote no big deal, and tell us that what you're doing to make sure that it's that our kids are safe in that building, and let's move on. So we just kind of put it all on the website, instead of like this is these are the things that have happened. These are our responses, so that parents really will think, okay, this is just in the end just an annoying thing that you are dealing with, but our kids are safe. But at first, we didn't know what to do. We had to lock the building down at 3 o'clock and keep kids in the school until 5 o'clock, and make sure that buses were waiting for us. I think that's at least a few.
Okay. Thank you.
Describe how you have been involved in instructional technology in your district and specifically provide an example of where you think it has benefited student learning and an example where it has proved to be a detriment to student learning.
So when you want a current example or an older one?
Do current.
Current, okay.
Yeah.
So at, so here at Shepherd, one of the things that as a district, we are really good at getting good stuff. Like we have great bones in our, in our networking. We have excellent, we have digital touch screens in front of almost every kid, or the smart boards, not the projector, but the actual, screens now, interactive flat panels. We have really good, Chromebook set up for all of our students. When we came in here, we got all the stuff, but we don't know how to use it. Like it just looks really good, but we're just replacing the worksheet on the Chromebook. We haven't put forth any effort into actually changing what we're doing with it. So it's neat and it's I won't say it's engaging, but it feels engaging at first until we just realize, oh, it's just another worksheet. So we, as a district, the former superintendent and I, we put together a team to start taking to technology practices. So we brought a team to McCall to just start developing the idea of what do we want from our technology. We have all this good stuff that we don't have a plan for it. So in the elementary, we added when I talked about the class, the building shift, that created some issues and specials as far as specials rotating. So we had to add a special. So now we've got 2 technology specials in our elementary. One more like computer based, and then another that is STEM based, and like not all this technology, because that's that makerspace thing. So as far as making technology making it better, technology has allowed for more collaboration with students. They can work on the same documents together. They can with AI now, we've got classes, working with our ELA teachers on the idea that a teacher using AI, using a different, different plugins and things, can give far more feedback to a student on more writing than they could in the past. At first, we were scared, like, okay, is it just going to replace the teacher? But we start talking with with the teachers, and I say, could you ever give this amount of feedback before this? And the answer is no. They can't give quality feedback on every piece of writing. To where now they can, instead of giving the feedback, now from that feedback that the kids have, she's able to work with the kids on improving from that. So it didn't replace the teacher, it gave the teacher a new role in that writing process. So I think there's, the idea that we don't need to, use technology to substitute one thing for another, but actually starts, modifying what we're doing and, changing the role of the teacher in the process, especially the editing process is a simple one. Where it's made it worse, I would say in our area, I don't know if it's the same here. It's almost like Google Classroom has made school optional. We put so many things online that kids can, that kids can do. We put our assignments on the computer so they can access them from anywhere. We started doing that during COVID, and we continue that because it's a great place for, like when you get to class a lot of time, you'll see the assignments that we're working on. Well, now as a student, why don't you come to school? Because everything's there. And so, yes, we can tell them, well, you're not getting the instruction from the teacher, you're not in front of that teacher, but it has made it easier to just say, and a parent can agree that, like, why, they're getting it, it's on a computer, what value are they getting from the class? I think they're getting a lot of value, but it's the idea that, are we selling the idea of just getting the work done or doing the learning? And we need to do both. Google Classroom just kind of made it easy to say, well, I can get the work done, and that can be an instructional problem in itself if they can get the work done without truly getting the content. Like that's on us too, but it has made it easier to not be there. And sometimes we don't want to be there for a second. It's great, but the idea that they can just stay home and still be able to do it, I think, it's a recent example that has in a way made things worse.
Yeah. you ever had to terminate anyone's employment? Why and how would you go about it?
Yes, I have, I'll give some details that made it really difficult. So it's actually a first year teacher, that Richfield Early Learning Center. I had a mid-year posting. I had a teacher through health reasons, resign in October, like she started the year, some health things, and she had to resign. In 2013, 2014, whatever year that was, it was really hard to find teachers, especially mid-year. There weren't a lot of people that were able to, that were looking for jobs. So it took a long time, eventually found somebody fresh out of college, really, really good references, really working hard. Really, at least what I thought, really working hard and really, really trying, listening to feedback and, I spent a lot of time in that teacher's classroom, like trying to help and, to be fair, it's a kind of tough thing. Taking over mid-year is difficult. But after about 2 months, and working and coaching with this teacher, spending far more time than I would in a normal, circumstance. Really started to see like, okay, I go in, I see something, I talk with them, provide feedback. And, I like enthusiastically, this teacher said, oh yeah, I understand, this is something that is, feeling like they were understanding what I was telling them. And, having an idea like, yeah, I think the teachers, like, they're gonna get it, they're going to, they're going to be able to improve. So, coming the next week, looking for this thing, oh, I couldn't figure out how to work with it, I'm still working, okay, like, let's plan it together, moving to the step of planning it together and working on it together. Moving, continue to move down the line, kind of finding out that, no, this teacher, like, I don't know what the right, doesn't understand that the feedback that I'm giving is to actually help improve. The feedback isn't, feedback and I don't call them directives at that time, it became directives, but it's not optional to just keep doing the same thing that's not working. Like, I'm gonna work with you. If you try something new and it doesn't work, that's fine. If a teacher wants to, to be honest, I love when a teacher, fails at something when I walk in, because that means that they trusted enough to do something that's hard. They tried something new and didn't work. I'm gonna help you get better at it. I'm gonna give you some feedback and we're gonna move on. If you keep doing that and you haven't shown the success, that was where we were with this teacher. And super nice person, but over time it became where like, this is not something that we can break back. It was really hard because it was a pregnant teacher, like, so the idea of getting rid of somebody who was pregnant like that was hard. And I had already taken a new job at that point, like it could have been easy just to say, the next person can deal with this, but like the kids that were gonna be in that classroom, it was not someone that would be in front of the kids that were coming in next. And, so like, did my best to help that person get a position that might fit her, lower out might not have been where she belonged. Just because someone's not good in the position doesn't mean they're not a good teacher. This wasn't a good fit, and it wasn't going to become a good fit for her. So moved through that process, and did eventually, we didn't terminate her, but we non-renewed her, which in a way is to a teacher like that is the same thing. And being pregnant added I better be really careful on how I'm going through this, because like it is clearly not because they are pregnant, because if they were not going to perform in the position that they were in the school that they were.
Thank you. Can you tell us about a time in your professional life when you needed to be true to your personal integrity, even though you were or could have been negative consequences for you? In other words, tell us about a time when you had to stand up for what you believed in the face of opposition.
So I'm gonna go back to when I was a teacher, because I think like ethics is maybe kind of the idea behind this question. So I had a student, so I was running the credit recovery. One of my hours was running the credit recovery class in high school. I had a student who was going through credit recovery, had, failed a class, a senior, loved the kid, really, loved that kid. Getting towards the end on the final exam, or one of the very late, one of the very late assessments. We had the software that we kind of see that, what the kids were, what the kids were doing on their credit recovery. Come to find out the student was cheating, on their assessments. Wasn't sure if they were doing it beforehand, but, they were, they were cheating in that moment. This is at a school district that, like, if a kid doesn't graduate the senior year, they're probably not graduating. Like, they're going to drop out. They're not gonna have the, that they're not going to have the success that we want for those, want for our kids. But also, like, it's my name on this class that the student is cheating on, and like, it is a required class. It wasn't like an elective that it was, that it may not have been a core credit class. But, and so like, I had to go to my principal and explain the situation, knowing that I want this kid to graduate, knowing all the background. But I have to make sure that this student, that at least more people are involved in determining what we do with this situation. And explaining what was happening. Wanting this kid to graduate, but also wanting it to be a real, like, a diploma should matter, a diploma should mean something. And so we went through the process and came up with some solutions to work through whether, how this kid's going to get credit. Because again, we couldn't determine whether they had, whether they had cheated in the past, or, what was going on. Didn't want to assume that, but, we cut it once, what do we do before? In the long run, we did come up with a way to, to be able to make sure this kid graduated. It was May at this point. We were at graduation season. But I couldn't, I couldn't live with the idea this kid would fail because of potentially just one mistake, but also it matters that you have some integrity in the work that you're doing. And that's really hard to get, like, you get your favorites, the kids that you're not supposed to have favorites, but you have favorite kids. And like I could have easily not noticed. Like, it would have been easy just to not, I didn't see that. Nobody would have known, but it mattered.
How long ago was
That
that?
would have been at least 10, 12 years.
Has he come back and thank you?
So we'll call him D. So he is a Facebook, kid that that I've kept in contact with. He lives in Houston now. A really good, I don't know if he's thanked me for that, but he has turned it, he has turned it. Yes, yeah. He has, gosh, might even be about 12 years, yes, at least 12 years ago. He's got a kid now, he's married, he lives in Texas, probably, is doing some great things, but yeah.
I'm sorry, maybe I missed it. Did you fail him? Did he have to take another
So
class?
we came up with a solution to allow him to show that he knew the content, so we kind of created an alternate pathway to show that he understood the content. He had to do the work for that particular assessment, but I couldn't prove that he did anything on the previous assessments. But I knew that he had cheated on one of the last assessments, so we did come up with an alternative.
I caught that part. The part of my catching was, where was the discipline and how did the child get disciplined for cheating?
So that wouldn't have been me. I was the teacher in that moment, so I don't know what that discipline would have been.
Okay.
Yeah. But it was how do we make sure that we do right, and this, and we make sure that we don't ruin this kid in the moment, but also, like, how do we make sure that they grow from this?
That's what I was saying.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
how did you hold them accountable?
Yeah. So we had to come up with work that he had to show that he understands the content. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
How do you decide when it's appropriate to involve others, such as teachers, other administrators, students, parents, or the board in decision making? In hindsight, have you ever concluded that you should have had more involvement by others before a particular decision was made?
So let me start with, let me start with the situation. So I think very rarely should any, leader do it alone. So when you do it alone, the only person that it can come back to is the person who decided, you know, I'm not involving anyone else. The leader has to make the decision. The leader has to be the one that says, this is where we're going based on everything that we have so far. But I think there's always a place to involve others. So I would think back to a place that I kind of really screwed up in bringing in a program called Illuminate. So it's a data and assessment. I think last time I talked about how I love data. So like these kind of programs, they speak to me. But when they speak to me, not everybody else. And so it was in Flint. I was the principal and curriculum director, and we were trying to find ways to, like, how do we make sure that our kids are actually learning, and how do we know that we're hitting the standards and teaching the contents that we really are saying that we're doing it. Like, how, are we just saying we're doing it, or do we have some evidence to show that we are teaching, standard 1, 2, and 3, and this is how well our kids are doing. So we went with a program called Illuminate Data and Assessment. It was, very fancy and shiny and really nice. The issue that I didn't involve people in early enough was I understood the program. I knew what it could do. We kind of started late, so I took on probably too much early on of the like, this is why we're doing it. And I didn't bring in teachers fast enough. They knew they would like it, but they're teachers. Like, they need to teach versus try to add on stuff that makes David happy. Cool standards and cool assessments and things like that. So we got, so we set some timelines. We trained our teachers. We set some timelines saying, by November, this is what we're going to have into Illuminate. This is what we're going to be using it for. By January, by the end of the year, these are our steps. And in August, those all seemed very doable. The teachers were like, yeah, we can do that. And then we start school, and so they're teaching all day, and now, oh gosh, like this is hard. Like, to actually get in and start adding some of these assessments, and why are we doing this? And I've got 27 kids in front of me. I've got all these behaviors here. And now David wants this, and David wants us to do this. And so, kept pushing on, yeah, we can get there. Finally, during one of our leadership, our teacher leadership team meetings, we're like, David, we gotta slow down. Like, do you want us to do Illuminate, or do you want us to teach? Because right now, we don't have time to do both. And that was one of those moments where it's like, I wish you guys would have said this sooner. They probably were. Like, they probably were telling me, they just weren't using those words. And so I wasn't hearing exactly what their frustrations were. The frustrations just sounded like, why do we need to do this? When in reality it was, we know that we want to do this too. We can't. We don't have time to actually do this. We can do this next year. Like, we can learn it and do some small pieces, but we can't jump in and feet first right now because we have everything else we're going on. So from there, we were able to slow down and say, all right, guys, what can we? What are the, we set these timelines, these deadlines. What can we do that I'm not going to burn you out and lose you next year? Like, what are the things, what can I take off your plate? Is there something that I left on your plate and then I made, so we found some things that we're almost duplicating. Like, you want me to do this because this is what it says, but you're also asking us to do it over here. So we started taking some of those things off the plate. And then, came up with, okay, everyone's gonna get at least one set of assessments on it. So like our kindergarten teachers put on like their, some of their sight words and their sounds and things. Like, what are the simple things that we can do right now so we can understand how it's working, so that next year we can do that full implementation that we tried rushing into this year. And like. It wasn't what I wanted it to be that first year. But again, it comes back to. It's only what I wanted, I didn't have them, bought it, I didn't bought in until they realized, yeah, this isn't gonna work. We need to slow down and get there, so the next year was far more successful because they had a year in learning it. Instead of just a year jumping right in, we were able to year two, okay, now we built the assessments, we're ready to go, we know how to do these things quicker, and we have a better understanding of why we're doing it too. And that, I think that is
I've used that program actually.
okay, yeah,
For a time.
it
I love
can be
it.
great. And, yes, yeah, yep.
Thank you.
Student behavior was one of the challenges identified through our community and staff engagement process. How have you been involved in addressing increasingly disruptive behavior, and what steps do you see as being helpful and meaningful?
I think behavior overall. I don't know what it is yet, but it seems to be increasing everywhere, like. If there's a school district that isn't seeing increased behavior, I wanna know, what they're doing, some are seeing it more than others, but. No matter what school you are in, we've gotta find procedures and process and things that work for us, so. I would use, the process that we started using at USA. Cause I think we built a good process, we had, some of the right people in place to. Build on some of the things, but, actually like provide teachers with some tools to help, so. We worked with my Melissy, the, behavior, it's changed name, it's the new Michigan MTSS, they kind of morphed into my MTSS. So we, through our ISD, we started meeting on a regular basis to really start understanding where our behaviors were coming from. We had, a lot of behaviors, but we weren't keeping track of them very well. And, so to start with, like, you can feel like there's a lot of behavior, but you can't identify what they are. If everything feels like a tornado, then you can't stop the tornado, you really need to start identifying what are the actual problems, that we're having. Because the behaviors felt bad, but we couldn't pinpoint what they actually were because we just had some very general, things. Or like disrespect was a common, common thing, like, well, kids are disrespectful. But disrespect can mean, so much to so many people, so. We started by really defining what our behaviors were. So we pulled out the idea of calling something disrespect, because are the kids disrespectful because they are using inappropriate language, or are they disrespectful because they are banging on the table? So we changed the idea of disrespect into what is the actual thing that the student is doing, because I don't know how to address disrespect, but I can address blurting, like we can work on addressing blurting out consistently in the classroom, or we can address inappropriate language in the classroom, but we needed to know which parts to address. So then from there, we started, and I'm sure these are things that are, that we're all starting to do as far as like what's minor and what's major. So we can keep track of, what are the minor behaviors that we're seeing, and what levels do we do, like when do we call a parent meeting, when do we start setting up some intervention plans for behaviors? What is our threshold that we're looking for? Who takes care of those behaviors? If there's a major behavior, I think that we should address it, immediately. Like we shouldn't leave people, we shouldn't leave our teams in this crisis of, I can't teach because this kid is so disruptive, he's stopping everyone else from learning. That kid that's disrupted needs support, but so do the rest of the kids in that classroom. So we started, we started the idea, like, if you call us, we're gonna come home. Like, we're gonna come down, me and my team, we're gonna come down, and we're gonna, if we need both of us, we're gonna help with that student, and we're going to, make sure that student's not in the classroom doing that. Bring them back, we're gonna work with them, we're gonna try and get them to come back, but it's not gonna be, he just threw a pencil at me, and he's back 2 minutes later. We really started, we started doing that, and then no, you can't, but he's not ready yet. So we like, oh, we're gonna actually make sure, we came up with a process, my team and I came up with a process of like, how do we determine when that student can come back? When can we bring them down? You know, what level of behavior are they at, so that we can safely re-enter that student into the classroom. We, my dean and I, we started identifying like the common areas that we're having behavior. So not behaviors are not always in the classroom, you know, there are other places. You know, so recess, morning recess especially was a big one for us. Because it was, you know, we call it morning recess, it was before school. You know, the buses showed up early, we ran double busing, we provided busing for the private school in our area. So we had kids showing up, you know, 45 minutes before school, and we would just put them on the playground. You know, so in the playground is dark, you know, we got lots of problems with the playground, so what do we do to, you know, to fix that, you know, to fix that behavior? We identified that we were having problems the first 5 minutes of the morning, so they're coming in riled up. So we slowed it down, they still went outside, we brought them in a lot early. So we allowed them that chance to decompress and come in and not just go from playground with all their things to 2 minutes later jumping into a classroom and being ready to learn. We slowed that process down so that, you know, so that they were in a better place to be ready to learn. You know, but it started with all those things started with understanding what the behaviors were, and then finding the right teams and the right people to help support those behaviors.
So, this is a multi-part sort of question, and I don't want you to have to remember all of the parts before you start to respond. The first part of it is, please share with us a time when you had to make a budget reduction or were impacted by a budget reduction.
So the first year, I know I talked about our shift from our elementary shift and moving kids over, and earlier I said how it created an idea that we needed a sixth special. The first year, because we were making that a budget neutral, we were attempting to make that building change budget neutral, created some indifferences between the two buildings, to where we didn't have that sixth elective or sixth special the first year. So we had essentially across the district 6 sections of elementary students, 4 in my building, 2 at our other building, and 5 specials. And so, like, you know, we think contractually we have to offer, you know, just even we only go by contract, we've got to offer teachers their prep grade, and we need to offer them equally across buildings. So it was, we had to figure out how do we turn 4 into 3, and we also had TKs. We actually had to turn, you know, like 4 into, well, we needed 5 just for a couple classes, into where we only had 3 sections. So we had to, so I had to really work with our team to say, how do we carefully schedule the groups so that everyone gets their prep grade. We have a district, a district priority where we've decided that we want to make sure that teachers have as much common planning time as possible. Because if you're a 3rd grade teacher, I want you talking and working with the other 3rd grade teachers, because it's important to make sure that you have a team to work with. How do we work with the recess, you know, like, you know, kids need recess, and teachers, you know, maybe should or shouldn't be out of recess. We had recess days, so sometimes, you know, we had process with teachers, we're out with them for some parts, but not out with their others, so it provided extra blind time. So it was a reduction by staying the same by working through this process. So we it became in the beginning really hard for special teachers because their classes got bigger. You know, because that was at that point, it was the only way that we could work around it was by making their class sizes bigger in specials. And that was really really hard, especially when you think of, like, you've got kids that they don't work together, you know, they're not together all day long, and now you've got 6 kids from a class being split up and being put into a group of kids that they don't necessarily work with. But it was a necessity at that time, and really working, you know, sitting down and working with those specialist teachers, like, what support do you need? Right now, I cannot just hire somebody new to replace you. Like, we're gonna use this data to ask for, another section next year, but right now, we're stuck. So what supports do you need to help us, to help you get through this? And so we started providing, especially, it wasn't so bad in fifth graders, the fourth graders, but there's those kindergarten. Like when they were in kindergarten and first grade, like, they struggled to begin with, and now we're adding, putting them in the gym, or putting them in art where they have, many more kids in their class than they're used to. They got new friends, and sometimes it works, but you have those issues. So we started, figuring out how can we provide a little pair support during times, like I can't just justify throwing pairs in without a purpose, but providing time for some of our kindergarten pairs to go in with that kindergarten class. Usually we would not have them in there as general pairs, but giving them a chance to work with that, work with that special teacher, like, hey, art teacher, what do we need from the para in here? Because it started, we put them in there, and then the para would just be sitting there not knowing what to do. So when we had to provide some time for them to work together, to say, this is, I need you in this classroom to provide support with, with this piece. And then we had to change the schedule around for, for other kids and other reasons to fit that need. I think maybe depending on what the second part of the question is, maybe.
Well, the second part was what process was used. I think you answered that part. So the third part is, should you be faced with declining revenues, how might you go about deciding what expenditure reductions to take?
I believe, I feel like I would have brought this up in the first one. No matter how much money we have, we should always look at the programs that we're offering and do they match with our needs? I think we help ourselves get out ahead of budget reductions when we don't just roll everything over. So right now, we should be thinking about what are our current projections and needs next year? Do we have how many students do we have? And so there's a formula that the idea of zero-based budgeting, saying what are the basic needs that every student, every building needs. So you've got 200 kids in a building, how many secretaries does that? You have 200 kids in a building, how many administrators are necessary? And then starting with that, so that's the base. So if we have, if we decide that there should be one secretary for 200 kids, there should be one principal for 200 kids to make it easy. That's the cake batter. So we're building a cake through this process. So that's the cake batter. We have these ratios of these are all the things that we've decided that we need just to make sure that we have school. That we can provide the everything that's needed for for an education that we can stand on. Now we start looking at what are the extra things that we what are the extra things that we need. So that would be like the frosting. So we know that at elementary, based on our needs, we're going to try and find a way to provide social work support, more social work support, so that we started with this is what we can afford in the base. Now, what's the extra stuff that we can add? So that might be like we need a behavior intervention person. We need that thing. So at the elementary, so that is the frosting on that cake. We know that we need an athletic director, so that's the frosting on that cake, and we're adding that in. Then we start thinking about sprinkles. It's a silly analogy, but it works for me. What are the sprinkles become? What are those things that we can look for some grant money for? What are the things that we, that we want? They add in that if we can afford them, those are those extra things that we can, that we can be adding on. But those are also things that we can take away once, if those reductions come through. Those are things that we can take away. Through that process of this reduction, then can we up the number of kids that we need per secretary? Can we up the number of kids that we need per, per administrator, per teacher? Like what would be feasible within, within the education we're trying to provide? And I think that the zero-based idea allows us to have those conversations, and it allows us to have those based on positions and not just names. Sometimes you want to save the name versus the position, and that's hard. Like I want to save those people too, and usually we can. We almost always can, but we get justifying the position to make sure that we can maintain a functional regional school district based on the funding that we had.
What training have you completed and what future training have you identified so that you might be prepared for a lead role in contract negotiations?
So through my involvement with the Michigan Leadership Institute, we went through some pretty significant modules and experiences of like what is contract negotiation. We looked at fictional school districts. We put together bargaining teams to go over what is at a district, what do we have, what are our current what are our current realities based on what we need and what the contract says, and what is that back and forth piece that is going to be required to make sure that we have a quality contract with whatever bargaining unit that we are working with, to make sure that we can do everything we can to make sure that they are supported staff and that they are, we want happy staff. We also want solid school districts. So we have to make sure that the contract is right, or as right as it can be for all involved. I think that process was really important going through that. We had similar ones through Career Stacker Fellowship, and just learned the basics of bargaining and work through that process. I'll be honest, I will need more. I will need, because I haven't been that chief negotiator in a bargaining process. So going to the negotiation, the Michigan Negotiators Association or conference, whatever that is, and probably I would want to be working with some type of coach. I think that coaching is a really important thing for all. So I would want to find a way to work with some type of mentor or coach, especially early on, to have someone that I can talk to and have someone that I can someone that I can work with, that I can learn from and ask questions of, and like, hey, this is a dumb idea, tell me where we're at. Is this the right approach? I think that no matter what level of person you are, I think coaching is important. The top CEOs have coaches. I'm not a top CEO, but I think coaching is really important. Having someone to work with is important.
In your first interview, there were instances where you talked about what we did. For example, when you talked about the controversy following a school closing and the realignment of attendance areas. Can you help us understand your individual role in responding to that controversy?
So that whole the whole realignment of buildings, it started as an idea from our superintendent to, we have a building that this organization wants to give us, what do we do? From there, there were some committees made, and as there was about 7 of us on this committee that we debated and we toured and we looked at everything. Then we made our recommendations. From there, it was on, we were all tasked with, this is what our role is. We've made this decision that we're going to split and we're going to move. Now we need to actually do it. So as the principal of the large elementary, it started with, we need to identify a line that works to where families will be able to say, I live on this side of the line. They're gonna go here or there. Was really digging in, so I was tasked with me and the transportation director of, where do all of our kids live? Which ones ride the bus, which ones don't? Where is a line that is close enough to that school that we can say, yep, those kids on the west side are going to Wynn, the east side are staying at Shepherd. But also that we can justify that line being closer to Shepherd Elementary, the in-town school, because more kids live closer to Shepherd Elementary. So we're actually moving kids to a building that is technically further from their house. So we had to find that fine line. So I would say that was the first thing. After that, it was, I needed to identify teachers that I could say, I need you to move to a new building. And that was that was the hardest part, was teachers that wanted to be at Shepherd Elementary, working with some of them to come to, come to an agreement that, well, we know we need to move people. I need you to be one of those people that are, that are moving out there. One of the teachers was easy. She was, she was involved in the process to make this decision. She was, the union vice president. She was one that was more easily convinced, like, I was part of making this decision. Like, I was part of the ones that said we need to move teachers from here to there. I am willing to spend the last couple of years of my career, with a new challenge. After her, it was not easy. There were probably a good month and a half where it seemed like sometimes when I walked the hallway after school, it was like cockroaches. People, they see me walking down the hallway and they would, go back into the classroom and listen, wait for me to walk by and peek out like, oh gosh, is he going into her room? Is she the one that's moving? I didn't notice it at first, and then I like, okay, I had, we are not doing this right now. Like, this is like, I am not telling people when to move right now. And so, like, I had to say, all right, this is when that decision is going to make it. You don't need to be afraid of it yet. You don't need to be afraid of when I come to you and have this conversation about moving you. So we had to identify some criteria. I had to identify some criteria and how we were going to make both a contractually safe move. We have right placements, but we had to have, like, what is our justification for moving somebody that is a long-time teacher here or a successful teacher here? And then how do we communicate that to those teachers? That was hard, because you had, kids, teachers, say kids, they had been kids that, at Shepherd Elementary that I was moving to a school that they weren't part of, but, we had to build that criteria to say, like, these are the teachers that we picked. We're not playing favorites. We're looking at your certificates. We're looking at all the needs of both Shepherd Elementary and Wynn Elementary, to make these decisions that, this building over here is gonna have, people ready to retire, so we need more, potential certificates, balance, so, more movements to be over in that building. So that was a really, a really hard time. And then I would say that the biggest piece that I was part of is that crafting and communication. We needed to let, 100, about 100 students in my building know that they were leaving. And that was really hard for a kid who was moving into 5th grade. So we're moving a kid for 1 year to a new building, then bringing them right back across the street the next year. But that was our, our directive that we needed to do. So, like, crafting a message that says we care about you, we love you, we do. But these are the times that I'm gonna be here to take you to the tour, to take you to the new building. The principal out there is great, she's gonna work with you. And doing it at the same time, we're like, we don't want to lose families, because they choose us, they choose Shepherd and Wynn, Shepherd Public Schools for their child. So crafting the right message and when I say crafting the right message, like a message that it means something, versus just moving a kid on, was a really, we had to be really thoughtful in how we communicated and how we brought families in to understand why we were doing this and what was the why. So it didn't make sense to some, like, well, I just want my kid to go to Shepherd. Like, well, because we have too many kids at Shepherd, we lose out on some of these opportunities and convincing those families on why we were doing this.
David, how would you, and I see some of it in your, for this plan, but.
So I'm gonna pull it out and be ready to.
Oh, give you a little hint. How would you go about introducing yourself to our community? And how would you ensure that you are continually hearing from you?
I think it's really important for, if I'm selected, it's gonna be really important for me to to be out and in the community, as often as possible, so that people know who I am. And to know who we are and what we're going to be, and then for me to hear what they want us to be. What does our community want from Roscommon? So I think, like, I gotta put it here, a couple of things that I don't drink coffee, but I'm a proponent of having events where people can have, or like, come on in, have a coffee with me. I'll come to you and I'll come to your coffee shop. And I think here it'd be important to do it in a couple different places, because we are so spread out. Finding a few areas that I can hold some regular, consistent times for the community to just come in. And I don't come in with the agenda, so I've done coffee with the principal, often. And sometimes I get 15 people, and sometimes I get 0, and that's okay. Because they show up when they have, families show up to those things, or community members show up to those things when they want to share something, when they want to know something. So they, like, once you establish a cadence and a rhythm with that, they know that, hey, like, he's available. Like, maybe I'm not gonna go this month because I don't have anything that's needed, but next month I might need something. So I'm gonna go and I'm gonna go to one of those times where I can share the issues that I'm having in a low stakes, in a low stakes way, or this idea that I have. And then the important piece is sharing that stuff back out. So if, not just like, okay, we had a chance to meet the superintendent. What do you do with that information? Kind of sharing those things with the community. Like, if there are things that the community should know, like, maybe sharing those things out there. I think some of my best ideas have come from some of those meetings, because you get a chance to hear, like, this is the experience that my child, or that my child's having. Even silly things like, I had a parent that lived next to school in Shepherd. It wasn't even my building, but there was like, I knew you were here, so I could come tell you. I wasn't sure how to tell you that at midnight the alarm goes off, like the chime for your bells. You have a bell that goes off at midnight, and like we didn't realize that one of our outside bells was playing the Star Trek music at midnight, because that was the bell change. And she's like, you fix that? Like, yeah, I can't, but I know who can. And like those, having the chances for parents to share those things, I think is important. To be continually in it is to not only do that for a month, to make sure that people know, like, hey, I'm going to be at the football. I'm going to be at these events, and maybe the cadence for a coffee with principal slows down depending on the time, or maybe it can't be every month, but make sure that it's on the calendar, making sure that people know when these chances are, so that they're able to see me in either in the building or somewhere else. I think is important. I think early on it's going to be important that I'm not stuck in an office. I think always important, but I think building, because I got to build trust with a lot of people. So finding, in that schedule, finding a time once the school year starts to actually spend significant time. Like, I can work, I'll call it remotely. I can work remotely from a school. I might need to have a meeting somewhere else, but like, these buildings are really close by. Like, I can spend 3 hours just working from the hallway, the kindergarten hallway, to see what's happening. I can work from, work from a middle school class, or outside of middle school classrooms, in the library. I work in the library. I can get I have a laptop, I can get any of the work and things that I need to get done, but I can do it in the presence of what really matters. If I'm sitting in my office all the time, I'm gonna get a lot of emails sent. I'm gonna get a lot of emails read, and I'm gonna be able to read reports. But if I'm doing things that can be done somewhere else, then I should find ways to do them somewhere else. And so that I really get a chance to get ingrained into the going ons and the day-to-day operations of each of our buildings.
Thank you. How will you establish relationships and build trust with your existing staff members, including administrators and immediate subordinates?
Probably the most important thing to do, because they, as a superintendent, I have the least contact with our kids. Based on, like, I have the least direct, I'm a caseload of kids. They are not in front of me. So I think it's it has to be and will be really important to make sure that we as a team have a chance to come together and understand what are our priorities. You know, what is the work that we do? What's like a superintendent in the first year, I don't believe, cannot, should not come in and try to make changes. Cause I don't know what changes we should make. So I need to work on building that trust and rapport with, you know, with those that have been involved directly in all the decisions that are ready to go for next school year. You know, that budget is due July 1, like it's set, you know, we can make changes to it later on, but we have a budget that we are rolling with on July 1. That budget reflects the priorities of the things that we have ready to go for that next school year. So I need to work with that team to understand the why behind the things that we're doing. And through that process, I believe we build trust because I'm gonna understand what we're doing. And I am going to be able to hold myself and us to, all right, these are the things we're working towards. I'm gonna help us, you know, I'm gonna help us get there. Like, you know, need to have a lot of, you know, a lot of conversational time with people and to understand who they are. You know, understand, you know, what matters to them. And then actually use that information instead of just listening and, you know, setting it aside and, you know, in a way, trust comes from proving yourself, I guess, you know, and not just, you know, listening and setting aside. Maybe I can't do everything that we're asking, but I can at least take that information to account, make sure they know that I heard them. And when I can't do what they're saying, at least be able to explain why and find the next step to, you know, like, this is what we're doing as a team, this is why we're doing it.
Thank you. In your first interview, you shared that you did not, excuse me, that you did not have a lot of direct special education experience. Given this, are there individuals, organizations, or resources you might use for support in this area?
I believe, I think, you know, before we talk about organizations, you know, is trusting and working with the experts that are actually working with the kids. You know, so I had taken special ed classes, I was not a special ed teacher. You know, I have observed and coached and done a lot of things with, you know, with our special ed teachers, but that wasn't me. I can only, you know, help them with what I saw. So I think I think that same approach, you know, from a superintendent level is what support do those teachers need to be able to meet the goals and objectives that they are setting for their kids. Through the different Michigan associations, like there's a lot of supports in that I can then provide with my, you know, with my leadership team and with our teachers to say, all right, you know, what support do our special ed teachers need? You know, what are they seeing? What are the things that we're working on? You know, what guidance have we been given to help us? I think it's really important to maintain a good relationship with, you know, with the ISD because they, like, so many things filter through special ed wise through the ISD. You know, they should be one of our first asks for when we need help, or when we want to avoid needing help. You know, can we work with, you know, so I don't know the specific structure of CORE, but like, you know, our special ed supervisors, let's talk things through with them. What are our needs and priorities as we move forward? You know, when they're, you know, we're gonna ask them to look at our IEPs and to, you know, we're gonna ask them to look at our IEPs and give us feedback on, are the goals and objectives actually fitting what the students actually need? Do our IEPs follow the same process? Like, do we have inconsistencies amongst our teaching staff in the way that we build an IEP? Like, there are certain things that can be different based on style, but they need to follow the process. Like, are we consistent in the things that we do? Because we're not consistent, that breeds, you know, that can breed some things that aren't going to end up being either compliant or like useful as a kid moves from grade to grade and transitions from school to school and building to building.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is an opportunity now, David, that any of the board members might have any additional questions that we didn't have sort of pre-prepared. But we are certainly understanding we're limited in some of the areas we can ask legally. We don't want to cross that line, obviously. So I will ask any members of the board if they have any other questions. Dave?
I do, and I'll get real specific, and I'd like you to also. My daughter's in second grade. There's a group of about 4 or 5 girls in her class that are exceptionally smooth, very good readers. Math comes easy to them. Their teacher loves their class so much, she went up with it from the first cover. Oh, class, yeah, she went up with it.
Yeah.
The problem is, there used to be 3 or 4 troublemakers in their class, now they're down to 2. But these 2 boys have made trouble in that class for the past 2 years, and they're still doing it to this day consistently. All the other 18 kids in that class are not getting what they could get because of these 2 boys. What would you do?
I think that,
Oh, I'm sorry, come on. These 2 boys already had pair of girls, and they're still a problem.
I would first, so for me, I think I really need to, in the setting first, like, I can't call a kid a problem. You know, like, I understand where you're coming from, but I can't say that a child is a child. I can say that you have problems with with a child. I think if the people in the classroom or the paras label a child as a problem, we're gonna have a really hard time helping both those kids and the other 18 kids in that class. I would say that if we have a para, if we have, without knowing the specifics, if we have 2 kids who have 1-to-1 pairs, or are they sharing a pair or they have their own? Let me ask that.
Pretty sure they do.
Okay, so we've got 2 kids in a classroom that have 1-to-1 pairs. I would start wondering, what are the things, without knowing, what are we actually working on with those 2 kids? What is the role of that para in the classroom? Have we trained those paras to actually be able to impact the behaviors of that student? So have we given that para training with the specific behaviors? Does that para have does the parapro have are they tracking data? Like, are they, do we have breaks, built in? Like, those are the questions that I would start asking to make sure that those 2 children both get the education that they legally and ethically deserve. But I will agree, it's really hard on those other 18. I've got, my child is one of those kids that I love my kid. He does really well in school, and he will come home and complain about, Johnny or Joey in class. So, like, this might sound, this is difficult to have, but, like, what can we do with those 18 kids to also help those 2? It's not their job, it's not the other 18 kids' job to make sure that those 2 individuals do what they're supposed to do. But how can we if I'm a teacher, or a student in the class, what is my role in helping out those 2? Kids learn from each other, and maybe we can't quote unquote fix those 2 just by kids, but what are the processes we're building in to help those kids help each other? With those 2, like, have we explored the programs that might help those 2, like, is eventually it comes to the point where is a gen ed classroom the least restrictive? Without knowing them, I don't know. But I think we have to be really careful in helping those 2. And knowing that, like you said, that the other 18 are doing really well, like, they're also learning that they can do really well in the presence of another being tough, and that, like, if they're being hurt or something like that, that's not good. But those 18 are learning some skills that we can't quantify quite yet, because they are doing well in the presence of something that's really hard. So I can't give you specifics, but I think it's really making sure that that the people that are working with challenging students have the support that they need and that that we are building plans, building plans in place to support both the para and that student, and then that teacher, needs to be able to, teach in that classroom. For that specific enough,
Yeah,
okay, specific about specifics maybe.
right.
And we are at the point where, apologize, we're gonna run out of time for these questions, we're at the point where we have to move to the wrap up.
We have some questions from the audience, or we doing, no, Sean?
We have, I think it's okay to move on.
Okay.
The qualification is time permitted.
Very good, so, David, what we want to convey, of course, it's always difficult to assess how well an individual may fit in, so
Yeah,
to speak,
yeah.
right? But, what we did not learn from you in response to either our original question or some of the follow-ups. What is it that you would like for us to know before we decide on who we are next week?
I would like to know, that I would say my whole career, I didn't realize at the time was over time preparing me for the next step. So when I was a teacher at Buena Vista, December of my first year, the principal was going to a conference and she said, hey, you're it tomorrow. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. She's like, no, I'm giving you, you have the keys for tomorrow, you're the assistant. The assistants will be in charge of the building. But she's like, I see something in you, and I'm not giving you a choice, like, you have a sub tomorrow, and, you're going to be, winding the halls in the classroom, or winding the halls in the building. And, seeing what it looks like from that perspective, and I have no idea what that meant at that point. Like, you're crazy, why are you doing this? She probably just knew that no one else wanted to do it, and I couldn't say no to her. But that in the moment, that felt like she, that she believed in me, she saw something in me to do that. So from there it's okay, maybe I need to, maybe that's something to think about. So I did the late registration and started my master's that January. Hey, if she sees something in me, let's do it. And then from there, got a dean job, a principal job, and always thinking of like how can I add value to where I'm at, and then think about what is that next, what could be the next role, how do I keep helping kids, but make my reach broad. You go from a classroom to a building to what I'm looking for someday. If I'm good enough or lucky enough to be selected here, like, then I'm ready to roll. But I think, I am looking for a place that I can take that next step, and a place that I want to be. I don't wanna just, throw my resumes into 100 places, like, I wanna be selected in a place that I can actually see myself going. So I think, I feel like I have intentionally prepared myself to make that step. So I would say that's what I want to know.
We certainly appreciate your interest in becoming our next superintendent, and giving us your time.
Yeah, absolutely.
For these interviews, letting us get to know you a little better,
Yeah.
regardless of where we go. We hope to decide tonight.
Okay.
And we will certainly let you know when that time comes.
Okay.
Appreciate it again.
And I think I said it last time, but, like, this is, you guys making this decision is not, I'm glad I'm not a board member sometimes. Because, like, you're making decisions that impact a whole bunch of kids, and you're doing it on, in many ways, limited knowledge. You guys probably don't have all the information that you would want or need, so I appreciate that from you, so.
Thank you. Thank you again.
I'm sorry, yes.
All right, so thanks.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Thank you. Again, I'm drinking apparently.
By cushions.
Second.
Or in chairs. Or new chairs.
You see, you stay in your seats for more meetings.
Leanne's a smart one, she has the best chair in the house.
Yeah, I see she bought her.
Yeah,
She's sniping it, of course, and she says.
Boy, I had her time, it's so good. I had cancer of the tongue in 2002, had radiation. And it just, not destroyed, it significantly harmed the saliva glands.
Oh, wow.
I don't have a lot of moisture. And I'm trying to swallow that, and it's but they're great, they're easy.
Well, I'm, you have that issue? That would be difficult.
Oh, I just wait for my phone at night. I don't care. It's what I rather get more moisture in my swallow. Go like this. I don't know if people scratch.
Oh,
Not when I'm sleeping at night.
no. Mhm.
She opened the box, we got two praying mantises now. Apparently we're only supposed to get one, so. I come up with some more enclosures.
I'll see if he's that one.
So she can handle it with her current savings.
Yeah. Thank you. You know, you get things on David. Thank you.
I don't know why.
Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I can't.
I'm sorry, David, be that one.
I'm gonna.
Last call on David, be that one.
Probably if we do it as recommended by consensus.
Yeah.
Well, we got this schedule on the beat. And have more deliberation. Everything has to be done in here, right? Yeah. So, no decisions can be made, no, outside of the public session.
Right.
What was that? Big lawsuit, years ago. Regarding U of M, thinking you'd be president. And they did it in closed session. And portions of. Then what?
Yeah, I thought about that, we were allowed to talk in closed session, but I didn't. I did suspect that would be possible.
Yeah, well, and I also want to say that. Regarding. Supervisor. Personnel. Has to be done in an open meeting.
Right.
Deliberation.
Well, here we are.
Yeah.
I see.
I'm so tired. Probably.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think it helps that it's dark, but in this summer for how light it is, how late.
I keep on getting over, you bet. Thank you.
Oh, no.
It's not nice.
My stomach was all sorts of noises.
I probably shouldn't have known things today.
Oh, no.
I've been on Pedialyte and things.
Oh, no. Oh, that sounds terrible.
But I can't, what am I supposed to do? I can't, it's just too important to not.
Yeah, but staff issues. I don't wanna.
All day yesterday.
Thank you for being here.
See, it went away. But I'm trying to. Great.
You're doing a great job. No kidding, I had this storm, I expected November, I was on Florida, it was the worst I thought, I almost went to the hospital. My stomach hurt so bad, I was, yeah. It was horrible.
I was still on the couch at 3.
Oh, goodness, definitely. Social distancing.
Just trying to, yeah, I'm trying to get.
Almost done, almost done.
Thanks for, saying what you do.
Thank you.
One last.
Oh, you're a dog.
No more about your.
Yeah, thank you.
I didn't even see how I was out.
I'm down.
So.
You get the questions. Fine. Then I follow, well, I'll have to read those.
Oh.
See how healthy those are?
There's too many options.
It's like, no.
I need the carbs, as long as it's carbs.
Ultra processed.
Thank you, thank you. Okay. Yeah, you know.
How's it?
Oh, no, it's not, so really.
5 grams of protein.
That's
I
good.
want to give you.
My house protein, 24 grams of carb, and
I'm not sure.
there's 4 grams of fiber, so you can subtract that, so it's like 1 gram.
No, you're right, it's too many.
And that's it.
That's right, it's so good. Man. All right.
Yes, yeah.
This is one that got left out of the first step. This is one that came in late.
Oh,
Thank you.
thanks, good night.
Yeah, right?
That's for you.
This is a late one for us.
Oh.
Well, they put it on. Look at that.
That's why they should.
You know, I have to run in.
Yeah.
I go in and say, "Oh, one feels like it's a good shit and I'm really bad."
Yeah.
No, I just handed you some feedback from David, but are we ready? It will take time after. We'll have a lag after Desiree's gone to get her copy, so you can catch up on the reading.
Okay.
That works.
So you ready?
Yes.
You all ready?
Bless you.
And you're a good candidate for me.
It's the.
Hi, my name's Scott.
Then I have to.
You don't want to shake and say you're on.
So, we'll now proceed with our interview of Desiree Bearlocker. I think everybody was in here, but if you were not before either of the start of the prior two interviews, we have available for the audience some forms for you to fill out to give us a little feedback regarding what you hear that will help us in our evaluation of who ultimately will be our next superintendent. So we're gonna go through somewhat, Desiree, the same process we did last week, except not all of the questions are the same for every candidate like they were last week. And I'm also not gonna be the one that has to ask those questions. So,
There we go. What have you done and what are you now doing to ensure safety and security for students and staff?
Yeah, so safety is the most important factor, in education. We need to make sure that students are safe and here to learn. And so some of my biggest work, as a principal came with making sure that we have a secure procedure. So the teachers and the staff know the procedures, we run drills regularly. And one big lift that I had, completed this past summer is, help update our emergency operation plan. And then once, we made those updates, we made sure to share them with the staff this year. You know, we've had a lot of new teachers and new staff join our staff, so they needed to be aware of what, the processes and procedures were, in the event of an emergency. That was a big lift from this, summer. Additionally, this also has to do with the relationships that we build with students and making sure that we are connecting and that we are aware of situations. And we're able to swoop in and provide mental health supports. We have some great partnerships in the district with Bridges of North Michigan, the Big Michigan Health Clinic that's in the school. But making sure that we are aware and that we're listening to our students so that we can react. Another big piece is making sure that we're collaborating with our partners. Just in a couple of weeks, we're going to be meeting with the county emergency operator and start a roundtable about school safety. And then the hope is to look forward to running some emergency drills. So that our staff who are new to us can see what our procedures are in the event of an emergency. Also, along with that is the communication piece, making sure that we are transparent and we are sharing what we are doing to keep our students safe and for their well-being, so that we can catch situations when we can swoop in and support students. We have some other great like monitoring systems going on, updated our cameras. We have our Zero Eyes detection system that provides immediate feedback to us in the event of emergency and to local law enforcement. Going back to the relationships and the partnerships at local law enforcement, we have a great relationship with the Garish Township Police Department, and we have a great relationship with our school resource officer. He knows our students, he knows our staff. He's here as soon as we call. And that partnership has been really a great addition in the last couple of years. Something I'm very proud of, that we made a priority. And I think the last piece is making sure that we have we're responding using the behavior threat assessment protocols that are out there in the state of Michigan. If there is a situation that comes up that we are aware of, making sure that we're thoroughly investigating and also planning and then supporting whomever was involved, if it was a student, moving forward and making sure we put exact action plan steps in to address. So really, it's not just one single thing, it's many different things that make sure that we have safe facilities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Describe how you have been involved in instructional technology in your district and specifically provide an example of where you think it has benefited student learning and an example where it has proved to be a detriment to student learning.
I don't want to miss the benefit and the detriment part. All right, especially post-COVID, coming off of technology everything, we've really put a priority in direct instruction. There is no greater resource than the teachers that are in front of our students. And the technology needs to be a support or a tool. It cannot replace instruction. And we've really shown that in our work. An example would be when I was running the ELA curriculum committee a few years ago. It included K-12 teachers, and we really talked about making sure that we pick a curriculum that is direct instruction, providing feedback, making sure you're bringing clarity. And that was a priority to us. We didn't choose certain curriculums because we were afraid that there may be too much of a reliance on technology. Another example of that is right now we're prepping for those new dyslexia laws that are coming our way. And so we're really talking about intervention. So students who need some extended learning, how are we going to be providing those services? And so as we're talking about the different options of interventions and utilizing grant money to fund those, are they direct instruction? And so a benefit, as far as prepping our kids for the global world. Our kids need to know how to type. They need to know how to utilize a computer. They are going into the workforce where employers are demanding they know how to use things, like AI. The detriment with that is our district has done a really great job of the dangers of the amount of of studying the dangers with the amount of technology that students are on. We completed the Anxious Generation Professional Development last year. Our staff completed book studies. We had a presenter, the lead researcher for that book, present to us. We had a family night where they could come in and hear from the lead researcher about the dangers of technology. So as far as the detriment, we know the dangers of too much technology, and finding that balance to prepare students for the real world, the digital world, and making sure that we monitor and use technology.
Have you ever had to terminate anyone's employment? Why, and how did you go about it?
So as far as terminate, I have not had to terminate employment, but I have had to remove somebody from and replace them elsewhere. And as far as how did I go about it, I have a responsibility to this district to make sure that policy, state law, growth, that they are followed. And that's always been clear since I moved home and was an administrator, is that to be a leader and to uphold those expectations is my first role. And so I remained calm. I gathered information. I gave the employee due process. I treated that employee with respect. And I made sure I followed what was in the contract in order to move forward. And made sure that I documented everything thoroughly.
Can you tell us about a time in your professional life when you needed to be true to your personal integrity, even though there were or could be negative consequences for you? In other words, tell us about a time when you had to stand up for what you believe in the face of opposition.
I'm gonna give you a time in school, advocating for students with diverse needs. We know that all students have a right to free and appropriate public education. And when there are concerns and varying opinions as to how behaviors should be addressed, I have had to stand up for a student and make sure that we are guaranteeing a free and appropriate public education for that student, even though people supporting or people around different stakeholders, parents disagreed with the student being in the classroom. So making sure that I was very transparent as to the decisions that were being made, as much as I could be with privacy pieces, and making sure that the community understood I was making that decision.
Thank you. How do you decide when it's appropriate to involve others, such as teachers, other administrators, students, parents, or the board in decision making? So in hindsight, have you ever concluded that you should have had more involvement by others before a particular decision was made?
Yeah, absolutely. So first I like to define like what the problem is or what the decision needs to be made. And then decide who it's going to impact. And then do I need to involve them in this? Once we get them together, making sure that we're looking at data in order to make the decision. And evidence-based practice, once we do that, coming together and making a plan and sticking to it. With that being said, some of our best laid plans don't go the way that we want them to, so making sure that we're monitoring the plan and that we are making adjustments and changes as needed together. Can you ask the last part of your
Yes,
question?
yep. Have you ever concluded that you should have had more involvement by others before a particular decision was made?
Yeah, I've definitely had times where I've made a decision and I thought, oof, I needed to go back and talk to the teacher about that one beforehand and get the teacher's perspective or the support staff's perspective on that. And sometimes after I made a decision, I do go back and I do recognize that piece. And I apologize that I didn't take that into consideration the first time. Though when I make decisions, I always make decisions in the best intent for students. And so I am very open to if I stand or if I messed up, I'm gonna own it and I'm trying to fix it. But if it's a decision that's aligned with what's best for kids and aligned to our goals, or to the students' goals, I will stick with it.
Student behavior was one of the challenges identified through our community and staff engagement process. How have you been involved in addressing increasingly disruptive behavior, and what steps do you see as being helpful moving forward?
Thank you for asking this question, because this is a need, behavior nationwide is a need. But thinking about back to my time as my principalship, I was pulling numbers to prepare for this, and from the time that I became an assistant principal to the time that I moved on to this position, 63% of our major office referrals were reduced. And I say that number and it sounds like a great number, but I do want you to know that there's still then were behavior concerns to address. Some things that we did is we made sure that we had a tier one tier one system for behavior. What that means, tier one is all students, general education, what are we doing to support behavior? So we made sure that we had clear expectations, K7, when I was at both buildings, and then they stopped. We were teaching kids how to behave in the classroom, how to intentionally teaching them how to behave on the bus, how to behave in the hallways, and then we were practicing. It was consistent. We had zoned areas on the playground so that students could have different opportunities to play together and engage them. We had positive reinforcement where we were doing student of the month based on that, or recognizing students through the announcements for behavior that was positive that we were looking for. We did a lot of work on nurture circle or holding nurture circles in class, restorative practices and conversations. We have SRC at the elementary school, and we were constantly using data to refine that process. Are we asking the right questions? Are we following up with the students after when they return to reconnect and to rebuild that relationship? And we always have focused on the strategies to connect with students to understand their past and what they're coming to what needs they're coming to us with, and focusing professional learning to support teachers with that. Along with that behavior, we also ran the tier 2, which is students who need additional intervention, which we used our student success team. 1/3 of the students my last year who were on plans graduated from plans. Because of the,
I'm sorry, say it third.
yeah. The collaborative work that the team did. And we would use evidence-based practices. I talked about some of those outside supports we had with counselors. And we would plan for those people to support the students. And then we would check in every 4 to 6 weeks on the students and see if our action plans are working. And if they were working, then we would slowly remove the student off of the plan. And if our practices weren't working, then that's when we would pivot, and move elsewhere. Can you ask the behavior question one more time so I can make sure I get everything?
Have you been involved in addressing increasingly disruptive behavior and what steps you see as being helpful moving forward?
Yeah, absolutely. So let me go back to the steps I see being helpful. You know, I have known that this is an issue. Thankfully, we have the system of our leadership team, our district network. And it was brought to our attention recently too, that it's an area that needs work. And so just silently in the back, my personality is when I know that there's something that needs addressed, I like to really think about it, learn about it, think about what we've done in the past that's worked. And so I took an assessment on tier 1 behavior, and it includes like all of the pieces that you need in order to make sure that you are servicing students' behavior tier 1. And I noticed some areas of need, and many of them were things that I've talked about, like clear expectations, reinforcing positive behavior, celebrating when we see students doing what we have asked, explicitly teaching them expectations. And so tier 1 for all students, there's work to be done. And I would love to continue that, sitting down with our leadership teams and our building networks, those are our building leadership teams, and have them take the evaluation and see, because tier 1 is really where we start our work. And then we move to that tier 2 piece. And then tier 3 is the very few amount of students who need even more support than those in tier 2. And so then utilize that data to decide where are we moving next so that we can get a framework for expectations in place, that we can make sure that we are having the positive behavior supports. So starting there and then moving forward. But again, collaborative, our professional learning needs to focus on that. In our district network meeting, grateful that we have staff members who bring things to the table, because they mentioned that this year, a lot of our professional learning has focused on curriculum, and there's behavior needs. And it was a moment where I went back, and one of my roles in my position is I create and keep the professional learning calendar based on our goals and our needs and teacher surveys. And I looked at it and I thought, yeah, they're right. We have focused on curriculum. And so I'm super excited. We give teacher surveys about professional learning and what they want to see. And so February is the time where you process that to get prepped for the summer. So I've been working really closely with some staff members and other facilitators to make a summer PD offering, and then for next school year that is more balanced. That's just an example of how taking the feedback, seeing it from a different perspective and saying, oh, like they were right, we need to adjust here. And I'm super excited for them to see what we have planned. It includes some expert master teachers of our own, providing professional development, modeling, maybe swooping into the classroom next year to support and to give ideas, tier 2, tier 1. And another, we focused on staff wellness, coming out of, COVID pretty heavily. And so another thing that they said about professional learning was that we kind of had pulled away from that piece. So we have a presenter coming in, at the beginning of the school year to focus on it.
I'm sorry, I don't need to.
Yeah.
I keep hearing staff and teachers, and how do you include the parent on what you're talking about?
I love that question. So I talked in my first interview about the parent and community advisory committees. And so making sure that we are asking parents about what they're hearing, what they're seeing, being transparent about the guidelines in which we have while providing education to all students. But the second piece of that is for the tier 2 piece is to make sure we're bringing parents in and we're partnering with them in order to create plans. Parents are our biggest partner with students. And so making sure that we are listening to them and taking in what works for them, for their student at home, that we are creating maybe plans with them so that we are supporting home, they are supporting here. But absolutely, great question. They are our biggest partner.
Please share with us a time when you had to make a budget reduction or were impacted by a budget reduction. Now, this is a many-part question. I'm going to kind of just leave the first two. What process was used, and then I'll have a follow.
All right. So though I have not been a lead decision maker, during a budget reduction, I have been recently involved in budget planning and the importance of making sure that we anticipate financial trends as well as plan proactively. While working with the business manager, I've been working to understand revenue projections, our enrollment, and then how our current staffing and programs impact us long term. An example of something that I have worked on this school year is we have a lot of curriculum resources that we have to purchase. And there was no document that said what the recurring costs were for the curriculum. And so I created a document with the business manager and with the resource companies that we work with to create a multi-year projection so that we know what each year is going to cost us for the curriculum. I can tell you that in the face of budget cuts, it stands strong to the core mission of making sure that in student instruction is at the forefront. Making sure that we're making decisions that protect instruction, that protect student programs, and that protect the adults that work as closely as possible with them, directly with them. All while making sure that we are aligned to our strategic plan and our goals. Scott, can you ask me the second part of that question? I think it was something about how I've been impacted.
So I'll repeat the first part and the second part. Please share with us a time when you had to make a budget reduction or were impacted by a budget reduction, and then what process was used for that. And then the third part really will be, you touched on that, should you be faced with declining revenues, how might you go about deciding what expenditure reductions should be made? We talk about, student instruction at the forefront of that, really.
Impacted by, I think that the best example I have is that when I was a new teacher, it was actually when there was lots of teachers out there. And so I was laid off my first 2 years, and brought back right away because I had a special education certification. And so this reminds me of a piece that is really important, the structure that's used, the outline in which the collective bargaining agreement states somebody has, how we make a decline in staff is really important. And so I was able to live through that each time. As far as declining expenditures, yeah, I talked about making sure that we cut as far away from students as possible. Some things that I've thought of when I've thought of this is, make like the travel expenses, conference expenses. With that being said, being creative, using the ISD and local collaborators to provide that instead of that, avoiding non-essential equipment, that's needed. And then also making sure that building principals are aware of our reality, and not just building principals, but, our staffing community, we need to be transparent, in those situations so that they too are aware of our reality.
Thank you for that. What training have you completed? And what future training have you identified so that you might be prepared for a lead role in contract negotiations?
Well, that is a great question. Contract negotiations, like I said, are super important because this is our best tool in campus management, to attract, retain, support, grow. Actually, between my open house and this meeting, that's where I was, because I will never miss an opportunity to learn. I've also, been able to help prepare for negotiations. Last year, I sat in negotiations also. And then I have been to the Michigan Negotiation Association's fall conference, where they also work to help prepare young leaders, for those situations. I think that what I've learned the most is that planning for negotiations, most of the work is done prior to sitting at the table, making sure we understand our financial trends, that we understand, comparable districts, enrollment, and making sure that we stay aligned to board policy. Most importantly, I think that working on respect and relationships with our union leaders all throughout the year, not just while we're at the table, is important so that, we're working for the same goal. So, and I always hope, to reach goals that support staff, protect our long-term sustainability, and support student achievement.
Thank you.
What steps do you think might be necessary for you to make the transition from being a friend and colleague to fellow administrators to being their supervisor and superintendent?
I love that question. When I moved home, to be an administrator, and so that line has always been pretty clear, but what I've found is that it is easiest when there are clear expectations, and policies, in place, and that staff know that my duty is to make sure that I am following board policies, state law, working towards progress and growth. And my example here, would be actually something that I've already talked about. I did have to remove a staff member that I had worked very closely with, because that staff member was on a plan to be supported, and was not following policy. And I've also learned that it is really important to have strong relationships with staff, so that when you go into those tough conversations, they can be clear and concise. But then we also can work together the next day to do what's best for kids. Can you ask that question again, just to make sure?
Yeah. What steps do you think might be necessary for you to make the transition from being a friend and colleague to fellow administrators to being their supervisor and superintendent?
I caught the administrator piece of that. I didn't hear that the first time. But my question wouldn't, or my answer wouldn't be very, very different. They know I have a duty, I've shown them, and also they know that, that I have a responsibility to the board, and that's my first priority always.
Can you identify for us specific systems or processes currently in place that are not working and need to be examined, revised, and or replaced?
Absolutely. So we already talked about, them, and that's, that would be, it'd fall under, on our sheet, it'd fall under the intense student support network and that student behavior. I actually am not gonna spend a whole lot of time talking about it because I already answered that towards, the question that was focused on behavior. But yeah, we have work to do, across buildings. We need to align professional development, we need to create a system for our tier 2 students who need extra support, that is trusted. So I'm not gonna talk about student behavior because that was my big one, but as long as I was originally thinking. But my second one is going to be instructional infrastructure. And that's our big word for our instruction and our curriculum. We've put a lot of work into this. I facilitate the K-12 curriculum team. This team we started last school year. And we noticed that for our tier 1 curriculum, so instruction, gen ed, all students, we didn't have a way to monitor if our curriculum was guaranteed and viable. What that means is, do all students have access to high quality instruction, and do teachers have the resources and time in order to carry that out? And it has a lot to do with pacing, standards. Are they using the district curriculum? And so we built a system through curricular walkthroughs where administrators, instructional coaches go into classrooms regularly, and we take data on those things. This was never intended to be a gotcha for teachers. It was intended to be a data collection tool so that we can see what our reality is and then support growth in that area. And so the first mark, we were in over 150 classrooms in the first 2 months of school. The curriculum team processed that data, and then we came back at our most recent, and we hadn't been in as many classrooms, but we look at the data, and our process for that is pretty specific. And when we got to the part where we talk about like our causal theories, what do we think is causing our data to look the way it is? That team was actually courageous enough, I'm so proud of them, to talk about leadership and some things that leadership needed to do in order to support growth in that area. And one of the examples was, we were in 150 classrooms in the first 2 months, and then in the second 2 months, we were in much less. And so the leadership team got together and determined what our process was going to be in order to make sure we're in classrooms. And so when we meet on our Monday meetings, we make sure we put them on our calendar. And we met in January, we had met our total from the poll before just of January by doing that. They also talked about they also brought forward some really great points that we had to discuss. So if we noticed that curriculum was not being utilized, what was our plan for that? And what was our plan to support that? And so we're working through that piece right now together to figure out how we're going to address and what that protocol looks like when we're not seeing district curriculum being used. Just for some numbers, we were super excited that we've seen district curriculum being used about 77% of the time. And sometimes we're in there, there's lots of causal factors to this, but sometimes we're in there when they're coming in for recess. Or sometimes they are transitioning while we're in there. But for the times that it should be, we're working on how to support the consistent use of the curriculum. So that's a really great example. Along with that, I know I've talked about it, but the new dyslexia laws are coming out, and it is going to require screening and then intervention for students. And so we need to develop a system that works where we are, well, a screening system in some schools already have it, but where we are taking the screening data and then making reading plans for students who need them based on the data, and then providing intervention during the day. And so working towards creating that tier 2 intervention system for them, the intervention and what that's gonna look like, making sure that we are training teachers or providing the adequate training for teachers. And along with that, making sure that we're including parents. And so how can we, give a read at or provide read at home ideas or read at home plans for parents? How can we connect what we're doing at school back to home, so that those conversations are going both ways, and so that both home and school is supporting, and that parents have ideas to promote reading literacy at home. So instructional infrastructure is another, super proud of that team. And using data in order to drive that. With that being said, we do know that collection system is new, and we've worked through some of the issues with it, together.
And that's at K through 12.
Yeah, and that another aspect to that is we are, leaders are in classrooms very often. And I'm proud of that statement, because that's where leadership is in the classroom, so.
Thank you. Could you please provide us with a specific action plan that you have been a part of developing after looking at the data? And then what were the results of that action plan?
Well, I could use the example I just gave, but I'll give another one.
I didn't pick the question.
I'm gonna talk about the time as an elementary school principal, because we did very intentional work. We hold data meeting in the fall, in the winter, and in the spring. And so when we hold data meetings, I'm just gonna talk about ELA and reading. We triangulate data. That means all the data we have. We give multiple assessments. We bring it together, and we, with the teachers, instructional coaches, myself, interventionists, we would sit and we would look at the data and look for what we call our narrative statements. So what are the parts of the data that make us go, that we may need to put some attention there. And I can give an example in first grade from the winter that the last winter that I was involved as directly as I was. We give an assessment related to the progression of reading, and starts with basic alphabet knowledge. And with that assessment, we were noticing that kids were scoring below grade level. And so what happened is that was our narrative statement. I think they were like 67% scoring, but below where they should be on that progression. And so the team put in some specific action plan steps, evidence-based, and each person in the meeting had responsibility. So as a building principal, what I said I would do is make sure we had PLC time, that's when we collaborate, PLC time and professional learning time to focus on these. The instructional coach at that time made sure that we had regular check-ins, every other PLC checking in to see how things were going with the action plan steps. Our interventionists during that time were making sure that they were holding the differentiated instruction lessons as they should be, looking at written response. They were looking at specific students, determining which ones would be more intensive support and pulling those students. And then the classroom teachers were focusing on all components of the curriculum, but specifically the shared reading components. There's science behind how the students are reading together and then read with a partner, and they were holding very true to that process. And as well as providing the differentiated instruction in the classroom. So very specific. I'm sure I forgot pieces of the plan that we put in place, but then we checked in every week and we provided professional learning. And when that happens usually in like October-ish. When we do that initial planning, that initial action planning, and then when we review right before Christmas, the goal was to make sure that every student moved at least one level in progression. Which is that's great, great accomplishment for that length of time. And we had 88% students and our goal was 88. It just happened to be right on the dot at that point. But what I love about the process is once you reach a goal, or if you don't reach a goal, you continue to plan. So what is the data saying now? Is there a different direction we need to say? Do we stay true to this plan and add something else? And if it's not working, how can we come back to the table? Do we need more support?
Thank you. One of the recognized strengths you bring as a candidate is your history and knowledge of our district. Can you be specific in identifying the difference this might make in your first 90 days as superintendent?
Absolutely. I'm gonna reference my 90-day plan. And kind of talk about that. So, I mean, I think the most obvious is that I do have background knowledge about the district. I do know the ins and outs. And the first example I'm gonna give you is the very first bullet point that says, begin to build strong, respectful relationships with union leadership, grounded in open communication and a shared commitment to students. Well, I know that sometimes our teachers and our support staff and our bus drivers don't feel heard. And so I want to make sure that I build structures into my day, or into my calendar, so that they have opportunities to feel heard. Some examples that I'd love to do is meet at least quarterly with union leadership. And in those, talk about strengths, talk about needs, talk about immediate concerns that we have. But the most important piece that I want to bring to our work when we're collaborating and when we're meeting is to talk about the long-term collaboration subjects, so that we can problem solve and be proactive and work together. The example I want to give here is it has to do with like that being clear and being consistent, and being clear is kind. Making sure that everyone knows what the expectation and the policy, the procedures are for things. And we've really learned with turnover in staff that we do a great job. We have new staff onboarding, but written, we don't have a staff handbook. And so I would love to collaborate with union leaders to create a staff handbook that has simple things in it, like dress code, what should be included in the lesson plan, what should be included in sub plans, what's the procedure for when we take a day off. And I know it sounds silly, but those are the day-to-day things that make coming to a new district and learning all of that difficult, and it's not to be punitive. And so I would love to work collaboratively with our union leaders to create a document like that supports staff and is clear. And that's just one example. I've thought of many. I've worked with them on the scheduling piece, but really sitting at the table and hearing some of their ideas also. Just in the open house, there was a teacher who came up to me and we were talking about this, because I had like my road ahead, this was part of it. And that teacher gave me a really great idea. And I said, this is what I'm talking about, is I want to sit across the table from you, hear what our strengths are, what our concerns are, and collaboratively work together to make plans. Can you ask the question? I just want to make sure I got a piece of it.
Yep, be specific in identifying the difference.
Yep, I remember. First 90 days. Sorry.
No, you.
I got excited for a second here. I also know that we need to continue to grow in our community and family engagement. And so as you can see there, that is one thing, is to continue to collect the voice of other stakeholders. By that I mean our community, our parents. I'd love to start those committees, as well as student voice, to hear what students think our district needs, what our challenges are and where we need to move forward. And then obviously our staff voice also. And the one idea that I really have, because I know our district, is that we have a lot of really, really great things that happen within these walls. And we need to share these really great things. I wanna create some type of superintendent spotlight. I can't really envision what it looks like yet, if it's gonna be like something every week that I would wanna do, or something every other week. But I wanna create a superintendent spotlight where we celebrate the great things. We celebrate classroom instruction that's happening, we celebrate classes, we celebrate students, we celebrate our staff, but also where we're transparent. Because that also is a need in our community, and we've heard that, that there's some wonderings and some confusions about how money is spent or how decisions are made. And making sure that we are transparent about our realities. If we're working towards something, as a team, if we're working towards getting a bond passed, or sinking fund, being clear about that. Celebrating when we do have updates, that are being made to our facility. But I know the ins and outs, and I have a pretty good pulse, like I talked about already, about, where we. I do wanna go back to a question though, one of them about the systems, because that made me think of it, and, I did wanna speak to facilities. Mike and I had a great tour today, it was a great opportunity, as I was touring with him, I said, I know the board's busy, but I would really love this opportunity more frequently. Because I had the opportunity to show him around our building and show him things I was really proud of, talk about some of the things we're working on. But also talk about some areas where we can continue to grow. And I did wanna address facilities. We know we do have some big projects that are going to require some creativity and boardness and community support, but we also have little projects. And I'm saying this in full support and respect for our maintenance, so please don't think any of this has to do with their lack of effort. People are working hard, this is not a one-person issue. But we need to have an audit of what our needs are. I don't believe that we have our smallest projects to our biggest projects laid out. I know, Joey and I have been talking just about athletics, and arts, and we've been talking about some of like the smaller projects that we need updated in. And, I told her I'd love to walk around the facilities with you, get some feedback from the coaches, and get a list, our club sponsors, and make sure we know. And then come up with a plan of how we're gonna tackle, especially the smaller things on the list. So that we are taking pride in our facilities and, maintaining them. So, sorry that I jumped back to that, but it sparked the last question about what I know, I took Mike to the sidewalk that I said, this sidewalk right here is needs fixed, it's a safety issue. I know that our doors are secure, but we have doors that are causing issues, the fobs. This is a big project, but I know our fire system is outdated, and that's an expensive project. The track needs work, and so making our audit, making sure we know what our priorities are, what we need to address, and then deciding how and what funds we can use to chip away at that.
Letting the community know that those are the things we need.
Absolutely.
Repeatedly.
And that goes back to that superintendent spotlight. And with that, I kind of didn't have is I get excited when I'm working on something and I want to do videos or flyers or different ways to connect so that we're communicating and sharing our reality.
Good. So this is the time, Desiree, where we as members of the board may have some additional questions that we want to ask you that weren't included in the pre-written one, so to speak, and we recognize we are limited in some of the things we can ask about, but I don't know if any member of the board has any follow-up that they wish.
I have one for free.
Yes.
And it has a big preface to it. Nova come home one day, she's telling me about the Hopi Indians. And how we. Basically went to war with them, we put them on this little piece of property, oh, yeah, we were so mean, we were mean to them. And then we put them on this property, Dad, we were so mean to them. And in my opinion, that's because of the DEI curriculum. They don't explain, I had to finish explaining what happens in war. Usually people don't get to live through war. She didn't know that all those Indian tribes were warring with each other before. But she didn't know that after war is done, usually you don't give them a piece of land. You know, and let them live. So I was quite upset that I had to explain that. And so basically my vendetta or my agenda is I would like to get rid of DEI. I've been talking to fellow board members, a couple of them, and I've been lobbying against this. If you look around, there's only 2 seats here that are voted in November. 5 of these seats could change. So if by chance in November, we say, you know what, we've had enough of this DEI. We've had enough of the oppressed versus the oppressor. We just want honest history. We want to be proud of our European heritage. We've had enough. What would you do?
Yeah, so our curriculum process is grounded in making sure that we're teaching standards and that we are teaching what the state is requesting. And with that, we've been working on looking at our curriculum adoption process, and I've talked about parent feedback. And we do need to consider what our community is saying in regards to that. With that being said, I do fully advocate for schools where all students come and they have the opportunity to receive an education and feel safe and welcomed. But we need to have parent voice. Also, I do hope that in the future, if we get the opportunity to work together, that we can have these conversations, that we can use the chain of command, and that we could clarify a situation or gain more understanding or attempt to gain more understanding into the situation.
I have a question. So at the high school, we have an amazing group of students and our student council. And I know in the past, I don't know how it worked or how they were chosen. You utilized some of those students to maybe let them meet new teachers, or you've listened to them. Are you open to interacting and engaging, especially with the kids on the student council and having them be involved in listening to them?
So I talked about student voice
Yeah.
a bit, and this is the part that excites me the most because they're why we're here. And so we need to get better at collecting student voice and listening to our student leaders, but also our other students. And that was actually today too, that was one of my favorite, in my open house, my question was, what do you see as the strengths and the challenges? And I was talking to a student about it. And it was so insightful, and his challenge was so beautiful because his comment was, I love all my teachers. I just wish we had more of that, like more great teachers. And absolutely, student voice is important. We focused on this a little bit already. But when I talk stakeholders and I say stakeholders, they are part of it. And I think that another benefit of knowing the community and have been here with that question, is that I also have relationships with these students and these families. I can be in the hallway with them, learning from them, and listening to them. And they still come and see me. And so I hope to be with students as much as I can. My favorite place to be is in the classroom, to watch the magic happen and to watch our students. And absolutely, that will bring me great pride when we get that system in place in order to listen.
I have a question, that somebody from our audience posted. Is she willing to push all administrators in all buildings and hold them all to the same level of accountability, across the board?
Absolutely. And this also, back to the clarity of expectation. What, making sure that all administrators know what the expectation is. Following up with them, talking with them about their growth goals. Being learners, one thing that we've done really great is focus on coaching and instructional coaching. I would love to make sure that all of our administrators have that opportunity, even if it comes from me, but we've had some really great luck, with, outside coaches, and it helps to move and align goals. So absolutely, and with that being said, I forgot to talk about this when we talked about holding people responsible, but consistency matters. If you follow through with one and you don't follow through with the other, people see that. And that can break trust. So absolutely, great question.
So Des, thank you. I grew up here and came back because I think this is an incredible place and a really special school. And I think that, coming home, there's lots of things that are different, right? It's there's families that would have been here when we were in school that are maybe not here for, there's a multitude of reasons. We look at Charles Heston, we can look at, nationwide trends of, more homeschooling, more alternative kinds of education, et cetera. But it is also happening here, these things are impacting our community. And we can only impact the families that we reach that are here. So I'm curious what kinds of innovations or compromises you would be open to attract more of our local families back into the school.
Thank you for asking that. I know we got to speak about that a little bit in the first interview, but I've put a lot of thoughts down to it because this is something that's really important to me. I got the chance to talk to Mike that because I'm from here, I know that we lose families to neighboring districts because they have after school care. I know that we have to attract families by expanding our opportunities. And I think our work with the Career Tax Center has been great with that. My big push is focusing on early childhood. This has been an area that, along with the director of preschool, we've really focused a lot of work on. And some movement that we've made is we were the first district in the ISD to move to 5 days a week. We took over the GSRP from Roscommon Cooperative to RAPS a couple years back. We've doubled our intake of students, our size there, and then we opened the 3-year-old school. Marcy's the director, and one vision that she and I have had is to figure out after school care, so that's something that we can provide. We have the licensing because of GSRP, and so what does that look like? But I would love to making sure that it's aligned with our strategic plan and our goals and our vision. I would love to continue to talk about ways to keep our families who are here at us.
Any questions from the audience, Sean?
Couple that I think are worthy of asking, about what in your career at RAPS are you most proud of?
Oh, you came to my open house. It was so hard for me to pick. I made a collage of pictures of things that I'm proud of, and put little descriptions under, and I had 45 of them that I had posted up. So hard question, but I'm going to have to go with the students and the staff and the willingness to grow, and the students, I'm proud of their achievements. I'm proud of watching them, when we pull those test numbers and I'm in the hallway with them and they've created goals academically and they surpass them and I'm getting high fives, or when I'm watching them on stage, or when today I was in a classroom and there was discourse students talking, and it was very groups, like kids I know, don't typically hang out outside of class. that the teacher had created, and they were talking about the curriculum and having such great discourse and supporting each other and teaching each other. And their just what they accomplish, the students, and how the staff support them, to get them there. Definitely, students and staff is what I would say.
One more question from the audience. How will you grow and improve our RAS butt pride culture in and out of school?
I love that too. Mike and I got to talk about that a little bit. Something that was simple, like it seems simple, the bus by the windows that you see, that was a grant that I wrote, in regards to safety and wellness and climate. And it is all about bringing back, bringing back our pride. Is all about showcasing our, great things that are happening. Some examples I have, from when I was a principal, was student of the month, student shout outs, staff shout outs, praising our great work. I was well known for, and I still do, putting little stickies on our staff, or students' desks, sending emails, making sure I'm writing handwritten thank yous for accomplishments. Positive phone calls home, positive phone calls, or positive emails home. If I see something happening while I'm out in instruction, when I see the parent, or in the classrooms, when I see the parent out in the community, making sure that I talk about those things. Bringing people in, lunch with the principal was something that I did. And also reconnecting with the community. I don't know if you all were able to see the video that Joey and the community put together for the wrestling team. It had businesses from all over Roscommon County. And that is like the innovative butt pride that I'm hoping that we can reestablish. And using different outlets to communicate that, so that we are making this a place that one, students and staff are proud to come to, but two, showing off what our results are.
I have a short follow-up to that.
No, go ahead.
How would you respond to someone with a concern about the staff culture?
I think that all feedback says something, right? And so I would look at the data, that we have in front of us in regards to staff culture. So, like what our attendance rates, what am I hearing in district network? Like I said, we have a staff who's very open in there, who share. And then looking for why we might think if there is a negative staff culture, why we might think that is, and supporting it. But I also think that through techniques, collective bargaining, showing your appreciation, making sure that the staff understand how appreciative they are, while holding them accountable and making sure expectations are clear. But getting to the bottom of it, if that was the case, digging to, and working to make improvements myself and with teams. I also think that when it comes to that too, like the collaboration piece, staff like to have a voice, and they should have a voice. And making sure that they have a voice, that we're bringing them to the table, and we're asking questions that are helping create our plans to move forward, and then we're including them.
Desiree, thank you very much. It's very insightful and getting us to get to know you a little bit better. But what did we not learn about you in any of our questions last week or tonight that you would like for us to know?
So I did my homework, and I have watched the recordings, so thank you for doing that and for having those up there. And that's where all of my notes came from. So I kind of backtracked a couple of times. I think the biggest thing is I do plan on using my history with the district, in order to start moving forward by collecting, input, making sure that we're aligning to our strategic plan, what our portrait of the graduate is, what we want, what that means is what we want, our students when they graduate to have. And using the information that I have, just being internal about things, facilities, instruction, staff climate, in order to start behavior, to start moving forward. I do have some questions. I don't know if this is the time.
We did have that in the list of, on the agenda or the setup here. We didn't allow anyone else to ask questions. We probably should have. Mike pointed out that was my first and only error so far.
This year.
Well, but we'll give you a little leeway.
Okay, how about just one?
Okay.
And it is coming off of a long-standing superintendent, you know that you're getting somebody new. And so how do you intend to support and build trust with the new superintendent?
Listen to what the new superintendent has to say. And just listen at first. Just have open communication.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, I think provide, like, listen to what you feel like you or whoever the superintendent is, what they need, what their needs are, where their shortfalls are, provide anything through the MASB or any training, or make sure you get, if you want a coach, or, make sure you have everything that you need to be able to do the job that you want to do.
Yep. I'll just add to that, be available, and to hear from you, like, where do you need our support explicitly, Trina, you gave some good examples of, like, it can help facilitate if there's outside resources or what have you, but I think, we have to be aligned in our commitment to supporting your because as you said, it is a big transition, and, we have just as much of a commitment to make sure that that person is successful too, so it's a great question.
Anyone else?
For me, I just think that I represent a unique set of constituents that don't come here a lot. So for me, it's to communicate openly with my agenda to you, so that you know what I'm going to, you know what I'm coming for. I see people on the street. That's what they want. If it wasn't, these aren't all mine. This isn't just me. I just want to try to represent my constituency as openly as it.
Yeah, anything?
No, I'm a newer board member, we'll work together, so.
Heard anything?
Just to be able to provide our feedback, what we're hearing out.
So I'll simply add, this is as new of a process for us as a board as it is for our new superintendent. So we're gonna learn together.
Yeah. And our strength will be.
Absolutely.
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 So I guess, but is it closing?
This is it.
My last comment is that if I was a stakeholder in that here, I would challenge you to look at what the community is asking for, what is posted in the job description, and our strategic plan when you make the decision to move forward, and you'll know who the best candidate is. Thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you for, you did a great job. Moving back, I pick up the force, just stand up.
Okay. Stand up. We're all standing up.
On the next
Board
agenda,
president's
new
role.
chairs. New chairs.
Massage chairs.
Massage.
I played volleyball, I think I haven't played it.
I think it's armrest too, we had armrest. We'll do that, Jeff.
When I practiced with my dad, and we were getting new executive chairs, and so found this one. It was a lazy boy, but it's long been within the time when the book stand. There's and I saw that and I said, oh, I can do that too. Okay, we still have them, but mine is about these. I haven't used them in long.
Your dad knew what he was talking about.
Yeah, you're dead.
So, yeah, mine is.
Oh.
I know that he was into his tenure, the 10 years would have given him the best of.
Yeah.
He decided to leave.
Yeah, that's super
Closed.
It's like, fun, I come to these, like, you'll get a time to get from everywhere. Well, I work from home, so like, yeah, I only have them when I travel, and I never go, and I've been like, it's another like, perhaps.
And at that time.
It's like,
So.
I'll like go to con. Which is like never, you know, it's like, I know, like, I staff. I don't staff, like, I'm totally. Sometimes I'll reach out to the meeting this year, we're like, what are our like, this is like, I'm just sitting there, yeah, my staff is like, I think it's wearing mascara. Yeah. Yeah. You understand that? People like that. Yeah. My God. Hold on. Yeah. Right. I was like that. We can't just do one. So.
It was unwritten, that's what I was.
The question, oh man, you're on the bus time.
It's an ad lib.
Right.
Was that?
It's open ended.
That how people can work if you're dead?
I was just explaining that he was. Little over 90.
Oh.
Yeah, 10 years.
Who's that? Give me time.
Was he?
Was there?
Well, yeah. So he, lost it. He hired him. He and Sam. And Sam always tells the story that dad said, like, riding up in a, maybe that was that. Professor said, the three of you are riding up in the elevator. Either he had the fire safety, and the three of them were riding up the elevator, and two of them were gonna have a job. And he had to tell.
Yeah, the question. Oh. You couple of comments, next one is John's. Yeah, so. We'll see if we have to have a talk sheet. They want to say. That's right. I think it's this case.
It was just a council meeting.
Yeah.
What word person? Yeah, you definitely did.
I was very glad I had like one sentence.
You started making money.
I'm like trying to follow along, but I'm like, wait, something's wrong.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes.
I'm along there trying world conversation.
Well, not yet, you went through, yeah.
Oh,
If there was a good for. And yeah, and I will, I will. I spoke to you, but if you go to consensus, I will. Somebody said that.
Really? Fascinating.
All right. Okay.
You ready?
Mhm.
You okay? She's off some step down.
I'm so angry at that question, she given to me. No, I was hungry about that, but I had questions where, like, we have a mystery.
Okay.
I mean, it's never. I get me notes like
Even though they're, or could have, do.
Yes.
Even though the work.
But that's just a habit.
We all have our habits.
It's.
And my wife's deep. So I learned to ask her a lot of things.
Yeah.
We were waiting for the feedback.
We have public comment on that. Just on the general rule, public
Yeah.
comment,
You got it? Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
so when everybody's ready for that, just give me a thumbs up. It wasn't important yet.
I would just like to point out that when you go through these, and you look at them. If you put the three next to each other for the. It might not look so serious.
What do you mean by serious?
Listen. I'll just show you. Oh, sorry. Who do you know?
I also, though, how many people know Des and are here and supporting her, where the other candidates probably didn't bring people from the UP or to come and write.
That's true.
That's a
I'm
very
just-
good point.
I'm just saying that this person
One person.
is pretty obvious. It's-
Is everybody through reading the written feedback?
Yeah.
So this is the time on our Open Meetings Act requirements to ask any member of the public if they would like to make any comment, if you would. I would ask that you stand and state your name so that it and speak loud enough. As I was just asked to say, I'm not speaking loud enough, clear so that the camera and the microphone can pick you off.
I have the paperwork that was slanted, I'm assuming, and I just want to say that I've done my homework, I've watched YouTube videos, I've done a lot of research on these candidates, I looked at applications, and it was my peer review. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Michelle.
Oh,
Anyone?
Sean will use my name.
Thank you. Anyone else? I can't express how much appreciation we as a board have for your contribution and your willingness to sit through 4 hours tonight.
Oh, we're just getting started.
Plus the other days that we were here. So now, Sean, go ahead with what you had for your candidate discussion.
Tonight's interview. Last week's interviews. You had a wealth of information that you got about all the candidates. Resumes, letters of application, reference letters. You've been working hard at this since December. You know. One of the questions your last candidate asked is, how do you build trust and support for a superintendent by doing the hard work of having a transparent and objective process to select the superintendent? Is some of the work you've already done to build trust and support in the decision you're gonna make. So before we go on to make that decision, looking at the totality of what you know about these candidates. Through both interviews, through a review of their credentials, do people have thoughts just in general they want to share?
I'll lead off. As I did last week. When I go through what we worked hard at developing the selection criteria and I review the candidates and all of those criteria and what do they meet and what don't they meet. Honestly, I think that they've met, all three of them, most of those criteria. Exceptional candidates in mind. What am I looking for as a board member? I'm looking for somebody that obviously knows the community. I'm looking for somebody that knows the personnel. It's pretty obvious from those comments what I'm considering. But I want to hear everybody's input, before we kind of make a decision.
Well, I'll go next. I do agree with you on what you just said. I do feel like, there's one candidate, in my opinion, who I think meets all the criteria that we're looking for and has met and has all the everything we're looking for, has met all the criteria. Some are lacking negotiations. Some are like other things, but I think there's one person who has not only met all the criteria, but also has, I will say, majority of the support of the community too.
You can use names.
Oh, Desiree. Desiree Bearlocker. I think she's, in my opinion, most qualified candidate.
What are other people thinking?
I didn't see anybody beat her.
I'm sorry.
I didn't see anybody beat her. I didn't see anybody better than her. She was here to get us in the boat we're in, and I'm huge on accountability. She's gotta be here for us to fix a couple of things. Because it's not fair to them. I mean. And everything's gonna change here. The next superintendent is probably really gonna have. I wouldn't say a rough way to go, but they're not gonna have easy seas. We have an election coming up in November. Things are gonna change. It might not be easy. And there's already changes that we all already know that we need. So. Yeah, I don't really see a better option.
Well, I think that, both Andrew and Des are well qualified to be successful in very different ways. And so I think, to me, I have been thinking about that same question that Des asked us at the end. I've been thinking about that throughout all of the interviews about what commitments will we make as a board in order to support whoever it is that we decide on. And I do think that we've had a very fair and open process into this. And so I would just say that I feel very committed to whomever we agree on, that we will, that I will support them in being successful, and that I just want to be clear and transparent that I see that they can all be successful, but that they would have areas that they would need our support in. They have blind spots or weaknesses or things that I think that we can help make sure that they're successful in. And so with all of that being said, I would support Desiree for the next superintendent.
I worked with this, as a parent with a child with issues from kindergarten through now. She was amazing, I will give you that. For sure, I was sobbing in her office, she was awesome to work with and develop a plan and all of that. So I worked with her as a parent, I worked with her on the truancy team, about 6 years ago. And I will say she knew every kid's name and their families without skipping a beat, so that was amazing. We worked to come up with, ways to remove barriers in the families. And we identified that through truancy. That was part of my job, and I had a great time working with her. That was years ago. I think she did a great job interviewing. I trust that she will do a great job. I wish some of the things she talked about, like the spotlight, why can't she do that now? As an assistant superintendent, why is she holding off on some of these great ideas that she has? Why not now, just my thoughts that were going through my head. My pen ran out of ink. So I'm going my pen right here, I know, I almost started. That said, I loved Andrew. My daughter, we went to the meet and greet and talked to all 3 candidates. And my daughter connected with him immediately. I mean, he was the first person to ask her before she could ask him the question. He asked her, what's wrong with the school? First he asked what she liked about it, what's wrong about it, I thought that was great. We got there early, so we might have been one of the first people. Who knows how it went after that, but she loved him, and she's one student out of many, so it's just so personable. I don't know if the community maybe would appreciate new life in the administration. I spoke to a couple parents who have not met them, but had just read their resumes, and they were both on board with the experience that Andrew has. And I know he has a lot of jobs, but I've had a few jobs myself, so I don't, hold that against anybody, and it does bring culture and experience, and I appreciate that, from other schools. You learn by sometimes failing at things. So those are the best. Sometimes mistakes are the best way of learning. So I kind of still on the fence, I guess, a little bit. So I'm zero help, sorry. Those are just some ideas that are coming out of my head right now.
My biggest concern is getting the culture at the high school back. And I don't know why it went away, and when it went away, that it doesn't exist anymore. And both Andrew and Des, I mean, I know I can see one getting that culture shocked and changed. But I mean, it's just, this thing has been driving me nuts since December. I'm just losing my mind over it. Cause I know how important this decision is. And gut-wrenching. No. I just. It's the hardest thing that I've had to contemplate. I'm used to making decisions that work all day. I mean, that's not an issue. It's just the importance of this one is just racking me.
This decision and how you support, evaluate, communicate with whoever you choose are the two most important things you do.
We don't want that to do it again anytime soon.
Oh, you out of here. Okay. So, I too loved Andrew. But I heard a lot of things tonight from Desiree that a lot of things were answered that I had questions too. And I think I can be on board either way tonight with the decision of what everyone else. I feel confident now, and I trust that, yes, the relationships and the culture are very important to me too, and I do believe after listening to Desiree that she's hearing us. And she's gonna have all of the feedback from the community, and hopefully we'll get one-on-ones with her where we can talk about some of the things that I've heard throughout this process. People that have called me or reached out to me, and everything, so much information. I'm very overwhelmed, but yes, I did love Andrew. Yes, I think he would be great I think he would be great, but I also believe that after tonight that Desiree can be that person too.
I want to clarify that I agree with you, that between the two of them, will support either, if I didn't make that super clear, but. Go ahead. Were you gonna say something?
Well, I had the advantage today of being with Desiree for an hour. And I had a list of questions. And I was supposed to take her on the tour. She kind of took me on this tour, which I did like because it just showed me her enthusiasm for Roscommon schools. I mean, she was excited to show me things, and that she wants to make changes, that she wants to do good. She showed me good things that she has done. And I was able to ask her my tough questions one-on-one. Which is a lot of the ones that she already answered tonight in front of all of us, but. And then just talking to the principals of the schools and just talking to a lot of the other teachers. Yes, she does have support 100% of the staff. No, she does not. But I think that she understands that, and I think that she would work hard to try to make bridges between those people and to change the culture. We need a culture change, or like you said. And we need Roscommon to be heard out there, that Roscommon is a good school, and we are who we are, so. That's why I made my decision.
Who did Andrew's tour?
I did.
From Deco?
Yeah, sorry, I was going to, he is who he is. Who he presents here is who I saw. He was outgoing with everyone. He was interactive with the kids. He was engaged. Yeah.
How was he
all
at the
at-
high school?
My son actually happened to be out in the hallway
Oh.
during the tour and, my son shook his hand, which was shocking. I mean, yes, he's like, oh, yes, you know, he definitely. He felt it immediately. Like, you know what I mean? He's just one of those people that you connect with pretty
Yeah.
quickly.
I mean,
So,
I could see Little's totally obvious.
Oh, yeah.
Loving him, but same
Oh, yeah.
does actually.
oh yeah,
High school is
Yes.
a little trickier.
he's approachable 100%.
Right.
To me, Des is approachable 100%.
Yeah, that's
So,
true. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, to expand on the culture question a little bit, I can see and feel, the assertiveness that is required to change culture. I can feel that very strongly from Andrew, and I share concern about the ability to change culture that you've been a part of shaping, and I'm not, I'm not, I'm not saying that there is or isn't culture shifts needed, but just that at a certain point, they always are. I mean, at a certain point, you always have to realign against, to an unaligned culture. And what I heard about that was more on, like the carrot part of culture than the stick part, I guess, like appreciation, and those things are great, but there's another side of, developing strong culture that is hard and like messy and uncomfortable. And so I just, I guess I just wanna like, I didn't hear that part of it specifically as much, from Des. And I guess I just wanna add one last thought, which is, you know, again, I do think that either of these candidates can be really successful, but that they have really different strengths and experiences and different weaknesses that I think I appreciate the opportunity to be really transparent about what they are so that we can support that person. And I also think that the person that we choose, I agree with her, is like the hardest decision, you know, that I've certainly ever made in my tenure on this board. I think it depends on whether our desire is to essentially stay the course with, like, I think the data was like, you know, advocating for like maybe a 30% shift in trajectory or something like that. Versus being open to a new course potentially. And I'm not saying that Andrew would definitely chart us on any course. I think he seems like he would be very open to like hearing feedback. You know, he mentioned, you know, I felt that very strongly. I will just say that in terms of constituencies, in terms of like our own personal, like what we bring to this table. I came back here from, you know, having grown up here and moved away and came back because I do think this is a special place. I know a lot of my peers have moved back as well. And I will just say that I think that we could be a community that attracts young families and that we could, you know, continue to grow like this really special place. We do need to like have more awareness about the great work that we do. And I also think that we are losing out on families that live right here. And I think that what I see when I come home is that we've become more insular and more kind of proud of what we're doing in a way that I feel rigid to what we're doing. So I just want to acknowledge that to me, that is a concern that I have. There's lots of great young families that are here that are not part of this school district, and that really does concern me. So to your point, Michael, about, you know, who do we represent and what voices are here? There's voices that are not, you know, not coming to the open house, not at the
Not being
table.
represented.
Yeah, and so I just want to acknowledge, like, I think that we can stay the course and we can keep doing what we're doing with some minor shifts, and that can be just fine. But in terms of like, if what we want to do is to reach wider swaths of our community right here. I don't know, I guess.
It sounds to me like we're putting a lot of responsibility on our superintendent for culture. We are the culture. Our superintendent is gonna follow our lead. Through incident reports for the students, incident reports on the teachers, we can stay more communicated, we can do surveys, we can all be more in touch. The culture should not be on one person, it should not be on the staff. We are the boss. We are the parents determining what our children learn, that's the whole purpose of this thing. We determine the culture when we determine the curriculum. When we look at the incident reports on the teachers and staff, let's see where they're being changed. When we read the surveys from the teachers and kids. And see where we need change. I don't think culture is in anybody else's hands but ours. We just need to.
Except for the
I
people
don't think that
that,
we're responsible for the day-to-day internal.
No, I don't think we are either. But I think that we need to be more in touch with what's going on in the school, like through the incident reports and the surveys and this and that. We need to be more in touch on the curriculum. I mean, I'm still confused on the curriculum. We pay for the curriculum. Yet we have people up at Rock and Core working on the curriculum. I don't understand. Don't we buy this stuff? What's going on with that? I just want to know more. I'm not saying that I don't agree. Or that I disagree with anything that's up there. I'm saying that I don't know enough and I don't understand. I wanna know more.
So that opportunity is to ask and to go and investigate and then you'll learn it, but we're not gonna be able to generate that.
No, but my point is we can affect change on the culture. We don't have to just leave that in other people's hands. We can do the incident.
I think the
reports.
number one thing that we can do to impact culture is in the superintendent hire. I mean, that is like. Our,
It is, but they're gonna take direction from us, so when we don't know, when was the last time you seen an incident report on the teachers or the kids, have you ever seen one? I've never seen.
So Mike, I understand your point and I think that's more of a general sort of a thing than probably where we need to go to tonight. In all honesty, I'm gonna try to maybe put us on the spot here. And see if anyone is willing to make there is a suggested resolution with a blank in the name.
I'll make the suggested resolution. Is it Ross County Public School Education President has to measure role to enter a contract negotiations with Desiree Bearlocker.
I'll give them a second.
All right, there is a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion? I will simply add that, why this is the toughest choice we've ever had to make is because of the quality of the candidates that we had. But I do support the motion as well. Any other comments? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay.
Nay.
Motion carried. Congratulations.
Good job.
We'll talk with you later.
This is actually when I say, would you like to call the candidate, unless we know that Vince. And just. The motion that was just made and approved was to have two people enter into negotiations for a contract. You officially hire when they bring back that contract and it's approved. Is when you officially do the hiring, is when you approve the contract. I encourage you to do that sooner rather than later. I will tell you that Desiree a good candidate, and if you hadn't done what you just did, she was gonna be recruited for the other superintendent. I can tell you that the other two candidates you passed on, when I call them, they will be told about the other superintendent running and encouraged to apply.
That's great. And they are very cool.
Yeah.
This is a chance then, the last thing on our agenda is for any further board comments, if anybody has anything they wish to add.
Just when we have the time, are we gonna use the assistant superintendent spot? We have an opening.
Well, I don't know that we're at that point right now on this agenda for that. We'll have that discussion.
Discussions. Two things that I wanna make sure I follow up with you on. One is, as part of the search services, there is a transition workshop that I come back and do with you. Typically scheduled sometimes in July, once the new superintendent is in place. Like to get that scheduled as soon as we can, to get it on my calendar, because I take some vacations in July, as I'm sure you all do. But because it's an internal candidate, you should be able to do that sooner rather than later, but it is good to wait until after July 1. But sometime after July 1, before the summer's passed, what we do in that workshop is we talk about communication expectations, how often, what format, how you want your new superintendent to communicate with you. What are the goals? I typically recommend the first evaluation is completed in December after the July 1st start date. What do you want your superintendent to achieve in their first 6 months? What goals do you want to evaluate against in December? And then we talk about how that evaluation will work. Which brings me to the second thing is, I think some of you still need evaluation training. And one of my recommendations is, did you do evaluation training as a group? Or you all did it individually?
Yes.
You all saw me online.
I had it,
In person.
or,
Oh,
yeah,
One of my recommendations is that you bring me in, so the 7 of you in the same room, along with your new superintendent, get the training together. It's a refresher for those who have had it, it's a chance to catch up those who are new. I know as the person who teaches the online class each month with MASP, I've been in the same room with 2 people who have taken that class from me at different times. I say the same thing every month, but when they have been comparing notes with me, they've heard different things. So I think it's good to reset that expectation and that process. So I will be communicating with Scott, with Leanne, and with their superintendent-elect, throwing out some dates for those 2 follow-ups.
okay. That sounds good. I will say July is gonna be a perfect month because June and August are almost out.
I will send you lots of dates, but try and get those booked and get your calendars together around this.
Thank you, Sean, for all of your time.
Thank you.
Now, is there a motion to adjourn?
second.
Those in favor say aye. Aye. Who'll say nay? Great meeting and thank you everybody for coming.
Yeah, Sean, do you leave for you?
Yes, all the.